4.5 hours. That is how long the village board met on Tuesday, July 15. There are a few reasons the meeting was so lengthy. First, it was actually 3 meetings. Things began with a public hearing at 6 p.m. That lasted 30 minutes. Meeting 2 was the regular meeting of the board, and that was followed by the 3rd meeting of the night, which was the board's committee of the whole meeting. Second, normally the Lansing Village Board meets twice a month on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, but this month the first meeting was skipped because of the holiday, and that created something of a backlog of business to be dealt with at this meeting. Third, a lot of the business that was dealt with in this meeting required fairly detailed presentations and explanations, so there were at least 8, I think, PowerPoint and other presentations throughout the evening. That all adds up to a really long meeting. Mayor Hardy called it a marathon, and that is exactly what it felt like. What follows here is video of the entire meeting. Honestly, I do not expect too many people to watch the whole thing, but I'm publishing it mainly for archive purposes. Then what I plan to do is take a few segments of this meeting video and publish those as separate, shorter clips. These will be highlights that feature topics we know our readers and viewers are interested in. For example, the new owner of Lanoak Lanes was at the meeting and made a very interesting public comment. The owner of the proposed cigar lounge made a presentation. There's a new Kong Dog style business proposing to open in the building where Cole & Young Jewelers used to be. So all of that was interesting. And we got updates on the demolition of the old 5-story bank building on Torrance and the new hotel development that has been on hold for a while. So yes, a lot of business was conducted during this long meeting, and we want to make sure you are updated on all of it. If you want all the detail from all of the presentations at all 3 of the meetings, please feel free to watch the video that follows. If you prefer to wait for the highlights, those will be publishing soon, and I will try to remember to include the links to those highlights in this video's descriptions as we complete them. Also, our reporter, Naha Abdusalam, was at this marathon meeting, and she is working on some articles about the presentations we saw, so make sure you subscribe to our daily news email so you can receive those headlines as they are published and stay in the know. And I want to say thank you to the local business that is sponsoring this month's videos, Universal Martial Arts Ministry, led by Master L. It's so important for the Lansing Journal to have financial support from our community. Master L's sponsorship makes it possible for us to keep attending board meetings and reporting back to our subscribers like this. So please look at his information in the description below, click those links, and maybe send him a quick thank you for making this video and our local reporting possible. And now let's get into it, the marathon meeting of the Lansing Village Board.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Yeah, it feels like a morning, but good evening and welcome to the Village of Lansing public hearing agenda on July 15th, 2025. Clerk, could you please take the roll call?
Trustee Zeller.
Here.
Trustee Nominson. Here. Trustee Yabasi.
Here.
Trustee Smith. Here. Trustee Johnson.
Here. We're going to move on to the presentation of the annual proclamation ordinance. For the ordinance, and I was going to be taking care of that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is our annual public hearing on our budget and appropriations. It's a requirement of every municipality. Our fiscal year starts on May 1st and on April 30th. In the state of Illinois, we're required to adopt our appropriation ordinance by the end of the 3rd month of the fiscal year, so that is why it's being presented tonight. We've had a little bit of a shortened schedule this year with new software that the village is working through, some new board members, and this date being as early in July as it possibly could. So we've been kind of working right up until the 11th hour, so to speak, on the budget and appropriations. Started the process probably back in March or April, when department heads will submit their budget requests, and Finance Director Hannigan and the finance team, including Karina Lopez, meet with all of the department heads and begin to work through it. Finance Director Hannigan had a presentation at the June 17th Committee of the Whole meeting, and then there were budget workshops that were held individually with the trustees in the last couple of weeks, absent the first meeting in July. So the budget is, of course, a snapshot of where we think the village will go within the next, for the 12 months that we're in the middle of. The appropriations are an amount that exceeds the budget and provides a blueprint in the event that additional revenues are collected and sets a spending cap on what can be spent by fund. We have, of course, the general fund is what drives most of the departments. There's a number of other funds that I know Finance Director Hannigan will touch on, and at this point, we'll turn it over to Finance Director Brian Hannigan.
Thank you, Mr. Podgorski. Trustees, Mayor Hardy, Clerk Grady Perovich, before you is an appropriations for the fiscal year 26 budget that I think is one that the board can be very proud of. I think it has every possibility of having very similar results to the results we had last year, which, as the board knows, is where we had, I projected a surplus of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million. I want to point out in that handout, and again, as Administrator Podgorski said, we've been on a little tighter time frame than usual just because of the timing of this April's election, the municipal election, and the fact that we've had sort of a truncated schedule as far as the number of meetings that we've had to be able to present. Normally in this process, we do 2 readings publicly. We've done 1, and as the board knows, we've had to set up individual trustee meetings between that first reading and tonight's meeting. So I want to just bring a couple of highlights of things that we've discussed, just to remind the board of where this budget is and why I think the board can be proud of what we've presented to you. There's like everything, this is a team effort. It was done initially in meetings that Karina Lopez in my department, and I have to tell you, I want to thank her specifically because none of this could have been done without her, and also Karen Giovanni and a few others in my department. So like everything, it's a team effort, and it goes without saying that we couldn't do this without the team that you have putting together this kind of work. General fund budget is going to increase from $38.1 million to $39.2 million, or by a little over $1 million. Keep in mind, of that amount, about $1.4 million is police and fire spending, which includes pensions, which I'll touch on in a minute. The building department increased about $200,000, primarily because of personnel and commitments on leases for vehicles for those personnel. All of our other departments generally remain flat with 2025. As I mentioned in our trustee meetings, employee insurance is up almost 10%, and that continues to be a major concern certainly for the finance department, but I think for the village as a whole. I think we've seen it not just in Lansing, but across the country as medical costs increase. We certainly have seen it with some of our union, as we've had some negotiations that also talk about those kind of size increases. The budget reflects a COLA of 3% on average across all of our employee groups, and by that I mean all of our union CBAs reflect about a 3% increase on average. The revenues, whenever you put a budget like this together, we have not juiced revenues. The revenues that are reflected in there really are reflective of last year's revenues. We are going to need to see how, as the board knows, I present once a quarter to you the progress of the village's operating results during the year. And during that period, we'll see how much of our projects will have to be cut back or scaled. It's all going to come down to how we continue to maintain our revenues. And again, the village has had a very good track record over the last half a decade, about 5 years. So The tax levy that we contemplate presenting to you in the fall should be a relatively flat levy, meaning our corporate levy, the levy that you as a board control, not the debt levy, not the pension levy, and not the public library levy, just the portion that you control. We expect that to be flat, with the overall levy still being less than 5%. We do have about $350,000 less in debt service, so there's that much less to abate. As I talked to the board before about our plan as we continue to pay down debt, we hope to be able to flip some of those debt service payments to pension funding in the future. Pension funding represents about $10 million of this $39 million budget. It shows the kind of commitment I think that this board has made towards pension funding, but also is one that is required, as the board knows, with our first responders and other village employees under IMRA. The budget also contemplates about a $2 to $2.5 million street program. In addition, we've committed more funding to alleys and sidewalks. Some of that is going to depend on the bid results and what happens when we go out to market for those programs. And lastly, all of the TIF-funded projects that we've discussed with you, from the north end of town at 170th and Burnham on the Public Works Yard, to the airport Ford hangar, to the youth center, are moving forward as scheduled. So with that, I'll take any questions you have. I wanted to kind of give you a quick summary. I don't think there's anything in your packets. I know, again, I apologize for how tight the calendar has been. Again, normally we just happen to be at the earliest possible day that we could have tonight's meeting. And as the board knows, we didn't have our first meeting in July, but that's part of the reason why I appreciate each of the trustees meeting with us separately so that we can kind of keep this process moving. One last thing, and again, this is a tribute to Karina Lopez. We are in the process of, as the board knows, converting to a new software system, which certainly hasn't been a challenge for me. It's a little different than just rolling up our normal Excel spreadsheets the way we've done budgets in the past. But I think it's going to be a terrific solution in the long run. It's just going to, like everything, it's going to have some growing pains associated with it. And I think that certainly has contributed a bit to the time crunch, because we've had to have a lot of meetings with open government provider. So with that, I'll take any questions any of the board has. And again, there's a lot of people to thank on this. I've already mentioned Karina, but it's all the department heads, from police and fire to Anisha and the smaller budgets. Every department head has been terrific about working with us on a tight time frame. So I don't want to forget anybody, but I appreciate all the help in getting us to where we're at today.
Finance Director Hannigan, could you talk a little bit to the documents that you handed out tonight? Talk about especially the cover sheet on the budget doc, which shows beginning balances, projected netting balances. Could you also talk a little bit about the different fund balances besides the general fund? There's a lot of other funds here that are represented.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Podgorski. So the general fund, as the board has heard me before, has a little over $22 million in it heading into the new fiscal year. That sounds like it's this enormous amount of money. It's really not as much as you might think, because really under prudent financial management, we should have about $20 million, because our operating budget is close to 40. And in that summary sheet that Dan is referring to, you'll see the number going into the year. Again, I believe that with the upside and what's happening on Torrance Avenue and economic development, I think that we have a very good, strong possibility of having same success we've had the last 3 years, 4 years, which has built up that number to be what it is. So that's the first number. There's a number of other funds. One of the things I've asked the board about is our 911 fund. I believe we're going to need to help that fund. As the board knows, Director Weiss presented to the board the need for new Motorola radios. Those cost somewhere between $900,000 and $1 million with all the peripheral equipment. And I think I've spoken to Attorney Welch about designing a loan that would be interest-bearing to help that fund over the next couple of years. So you'll see that fund balance. As you go down, you'll see the library, and I can answer any specific questions, but the street improvement fund works in tandem with the fund right after that. It's labeled. By the way, the numbers on the far left are not in order. That's the fund, how we identify it under our accounting system. So the general fund is Fund 1, Fund 4 is 9/11. So it just helps us. We have approximately 22 active funds in Lansing for myriad of reasons, as the board knows, as to how we fund projects, all the things that we have going on. The Street Improvement Fund and the MFT Fund, Finance works very closely with the Robinson team, headed by Jeff Pintar and Steve Kaminsky, to work on how we fund all of our street improvements. As I mentioned, our plan this year is for about a $2 million program, depending upon how those bids come out and how quickly we get the work started. We hope to be able to start putting real money into our alleys and our sidewalks. The airport, as the board is well aware, is similar to any of the rest of our departments, but it's in a separate fund. Not to bore the board too much than I already have. It's an enterprise fund, and because we get revenues, it needs to be reflected as a separate fund. Going down the list, we have two police, you can confirm what they are, they're drug funds, and the police have been very good about, we have 2 vehicles being paid currently by those 2 funds, and depending upon the results of the year, you'll see there's no budget for revenues. We can't budget for drug costs. I'm sure that's not surprising to the board, but anyway, so that is why it's presented that way, and we've been working with police very often on using some of their expenses that would be in the general fund under that, those 2 drug funds. You have to follow certain guidelines established by the Department of Justice, and I work with Mike Hynek, and previous to that with Steve Roberts on those 2 funds. And then, as the board knows, we have now 8 TIF districts, and you'll see we have provided in each of those TIF districts adequate funding to be able to take on the projects that we have, but bluntly, we are going to have to be disciplined over these next 2 to 3 years with respect to our TIF budgets because of the number of projects that we have going on. As the board knows, we got an extension on the Ridge Road TIF, and that requires a certain cost associated with that extension, and some of those bills are just coming home this year, which is good. I mean, these are all projects that the board and we all know we need to get completed, whether it's the Public Works Yard, the Youth Center, the Ford Hangar, all the things that we have going on. So, and then lastly, there's also, I think I skipped over, we also have within the general fund, funding of what we call our 3 destination sites, the Ford Hangar, the sports complex, and of course, Fox Point.
Frank, could you, again, I'm not trying to belabor those because I know we have a lot on the agenda tonight, but could you just draw a correlation between how the appropriation number is calculated based on the budget and the fact that those are the numbers that are going to roll into Ordinance 25-023 that the board will be contemplating in the meeting in just a few minutes?
Correct. Yeah, thank you, Dan. The board knows what we presented to you is a budget that is about, as I mentioned, about a little over $39 million. The appropriation for you has a 20% cushion in every case, every line item, with the exception of specific items that we know are going to be dollar certain. For example, all of our debt service. We don't build in a 20% cushion on our debt service. So what does that, why does municipal government require that? Well, it's because within a given budget, we've always said to our department heads, you can manage your budget within what you've requested, and on an individual line item, for one reason or another, things happen during the year, and this allows that line item to be spent up to 20% of that number. So for example, if the budget was $100,000, that line item can go up to 120. If it goes much beyond that, then obviously we have an issue. And Dan, as the board knows, we have a process that I think is superb in place. It's a credit to Dan because I know it's a ton of work, because I see all the emails too, and occasionally have a tip in on one thing that gets processed or another, but Dan's the one that gets them all. And that process during the year, if an individual line item goes over 20%, we'll tell that department head. But we want them to be able to manage, and they have. I've reported to this board on what department heads have done the last 3 years, and they've all stayed within their budgets. But on an individual line item, you may end up going over for one reason or another. So that, to Dan's point, that is the reason that we're asking you to vote on an appropriation as opposed to the budgeted figures that we reviewed with you in our meetings.
Yeah, and then just to recap again for everybody, so on the first handout that Finance Director handed out tonight, the cover page has the beginning balances, and then you've got revenues, expenses, surplus deficit, and then projected ending fund balance. Beyond that is where you get into the detail. So you'll see in those columns, you'll see the first column is actual expenditures as of April 30, 2025. You'll see last year's fiscal 2025 budget, and then you see this year's fiscal 2026 budget. And as Finance Director said, again, just that top line on that first page, general fund budget at $39,206,205. And then so the appropriation for it is in that final column. The appropriations $47,047,446. That number, those numbers in the far right column under appropriations that are highlighted in black, those numbers tallied up are what you will be considering tonight in the appropriations ordinance 25-023. That's where we summarize all the different funds, and we indicate this is how much can be spent in total by fund.
And in total, the board will see a number that is closer to $150 million. I think that gives you an idea of the level of complexity that this village, that Lansing's budget has in it, because that difference between that 47, as Dan says, and the 150 are the TIFs. It's all the other funds, the water and sewer fund. Oh, and one other thing I want to mention on the water and sewer fund. We've also provided project funding in the initial part of funding in the water and sewer for water main replacement, for hydrant replacement, and then lift station replacement. Okay, so again, I know this town is, has infrastructure needs. It goes without saying, we're never going to be able to repair them all in 1 year, but I think we've done a good job of getting started. I think it is evident by the street repairs that you've seen over the last 5 years, and I think we need to start a similar program on our water mains. And to the Robinson team's credit, they've done that in Oakwood Estates. It's just it's only obviously one subdivision of the town, but we've got other needs throughout town, as the board knows all too well. So, as Dan says, before you have kind of where our cash balances are by fund, and again, in follow-up to the board, I can Be happy to answer any questions on those balances. I can do a quick summary, but the real challenging fund on that list right now is the water and sewer fund because of infrastructure as we have.
Finance Director, just to be clear, the 20%, it's not an arbitrary number. That's something that there's guidance from the state in terms of.
That's guidance from the state, and it's based on Lansing's history, and it's not specifically dictated that that has to be the number in the ordinance. I think you as a board would prefer to have that kind of flexibility, but it's a state guideline and a GFOA guideline that's how you would present your budget. And again, remember, this is just to deal with the individual line items, not someone's an individual department as a whole.
Brian, thank you for your work on this, your team. Karina, thank you. Department heads, thank you. Administrator, Mayor, a lot of hard work that goes into this. So thank you for your hard work on this.
Well, thank you to the board for the flexibility that you, I know we have 2 new elected trustees, a new administration, a new village clerk, and I appreciate all the commitment and flexibility that everyone's had with their schedule as we've tried to get this before you tonight.
Brian, again, I'm going to have to say thank you. I know over the last couple of weeks, you kept your head on straight. I've seen you flying around that office, backing in and out of meetings with the trustees and workshops, meeting with me, Mr. Podgorski, Karina, thank you. By the way, happy birthday tomorrow. But anyways.
Hopefully we're going to give Karina the day off tomorrow. She certainly deserved at least that.
But staff and finance too. Again, it was actually very, educational for me watching this for the first time and just watching how you guys all work in tandem with each other. Everyone was like sharp as a tack all the time. So really, truly, it was.
Well, it's my team, but I wouldn't say I'm the one that sharps a tack. It's the
Yeah,
team.
well, exactly. Well, I'm just saying, everyone really did a great job, and everyone's head is still on their shoulders, so that's a good thing. But again, tribute to you, your team, amazing job. So, and we balanced the budget, so that's great.
Yeah, and I think we balanced the budget with a lot of upside.
Yeah,
Absolutely
absolutely.
believe that. So,
Do the trustees have any questions for Brian or Mr. Podgorski? Brian, then the only other thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up for all public comment. So anyone in the audience, you have 5 minutes if you wouldn't mind coming up to the mic, your name, your address, and again, this is just would pertain to the budget item. Does anyone have any? Yes, sir. Hello, Mike.
Michael Herschel, 3137 to the board and to village officials, department heads, a few key points, and I noticed that maybe we could, I know it's going to be voted on, so whatever I say is not going to matter, so, and that's here or there, but think about it for next year because of the timing of this coming together. Public needs to know the numbers ahead before it's voted to say yay or nay. So I would appreciate next year to have some numbers either first, second, third reading, or at least at the public hearing reading, so we can follow along to see. It's not anything but transparency. I know Brian and your team is full of it, that you want to make sure that it's transparent from your team to the citizens, but we got to see it. So it's a little maybe learning curve this year, but try to do it better for next year. So I have 3 main things that I want to point out that I brought up last year with the old regime that I don't see, unless I missed it, because it was a hard copy to look at. It was very, to describe it, folks, it was just a lot of numbers, dashes and headers, and I'm not in accounting, and just like they were describing, it was last year's budget, expected this year, and the appropriations. It was kind of all melded together. It really didn't seem like there was any, at least the copy that I was provided, alphabetical or anything not when Brian gives this great presentation where it's color-coded, got the charts and everything. I really appreciate that because that's easy to flow. That was very hard. It's a white and black copy. But here's the three things that I would like to point out. Number one, we have to, as a town, take care of the businesses and homes that are abandoned and that are being fallen apart. Kudos that finally the Pioneer Motel is removed. I've been here, I don't even know, since 1988. That's a long time, and it needed to go a long time ago. Thankfully it is. It's great to see just a vacant lot, believe me. Now we can work on reconstruction, put something there that will aestheticize that traffic flow coming off the Torrance to come down and visit at least Torrance and hopefully down the Ridge Road. That's the key. So budget items in there for, I hope, that says development, land acquisition, under all of the TIF districts. I looked them up. Ridge Road, we've got West Lansing, Torrance, Bernice. They all have excess of money on there budgeted. So let's hope that that can be allocated for either removal of the abandoned buildings or at least contact the owners and the business owners or even residential owners to say, are you going to live in it again, redevelop it, or can the village take it over, process of back taxes or anything, and we demolish it and clear it up? That's the first. And that's got to be a priority on Torrance Avenue North. I've mentioned to Brian and Dan and everybody, the 5-story bank building's got to go the next year or two. We got to find out who owns it, take that thing down. I'm sure that the Napleton and those auto dealerships would love to see that open so they could probably purchase it and maybe in the future expand. That's been an eyesore for a long, long time. Second point is on the tree removal. I saw a budget item, and I apologize, I'm not sure what the code number was. 1-31-4780. Tree removal, I think under general, maybe street expense.
Streets.
Yeah, so there is no money applied for that, but it is an allocated item. So if you remember a few months ago, if not last year, the Public Works Department had several hours of manpower, had to clean up all the trees that fell dangerously on wires, street sidewalks, even streets, because of maybe mismanagement on the parkways. We got to settle that issue with the citizens and the village to say, if they're dead, we need to come together, either half expense, remove them, and try to prevent from these storms that are going to happen. We're not going to stop the weather. Weather's going to happen. Microbursts and everything. And to prevent that it cause power outages or any incidences of safety with the citizens or vehicles. Work with the current vendors that we have in town, Karski, Arbor, whatever, to try to get analysis like you do with Robinson Engineering on the streets and sidewalks and things, and do analysis on the trees, at least on the parkway, see what can be removed or determined to be trimmed. And then the last thing, and I didn't see it anywhere in here, and I'm sorry, that the youth, except for the youth center on Burnham Avenue, where I live, it's pertaining to, I think, the junior high, not sure if it's high school, but we're missing some type of allocation of resources for the future to have something for the youth of all ages, elementary, junior high, high school, and beyond. We used to have Wright's Barnyard, and I'm going way back, go-karts and type of activities for the youth, and arcade and putt-putt golf. I'm not sure what can come together with other towns or even within the town or other districts, like, I hate to say it, but the Park District or Chamber of Commerce or churches, and come together and pool resources to say, what can we provide for the youth, and find a central spot that's safe so that the police can be involved for providing some security, have the fire people check it out to make sure it's safe for that, and have some type of outlet for the youth. Right now, they're frustrated. They have all the time they're on their phones, believe me, from school to home, and they need something besides a phone to excise their maybe anger or frustration or anything, and we need to come together to support that. And otherwise, thank you. It's a great job you guys do. Believe me, I know numbers are hard and everything, but just keep those three things in mind. the abandoned buildings, the trees removal, and for the youth. Thank you for the time, Brian. I know I went long, sorry.
No, thank you, Mike.
Mike, I just want to respond real quick to what Mike said. So within, on the trees, in water and sewer, and in the street department, so you're not seeing everything in one fund. What we do is called site restoration, and we use those 3 accounts. So you'll see, and I know you were here today, and I wish I could have spent time with you, but we could do that another day if you'd like to. But those 3 funds really contribute to the tree issues. I just want to thank. Okay.
Thank you, Brian. And Mike, another thing I think we're going to talk about tonight is that abandoned 5-story building. Yeah, I hope, and I think everyone in this room's hope, that'll be hopefully gone by this time next year. So, anybody else got public comment? All right, if not, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. I ask for a motion to adjourn. So moved. A motion and a second. Clerk, please take roll call.
Trustee Abbasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zeller.
Aye.
Trustee Nonson. Aye. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Hello everyone, I am Melanie Jongsma, publisher of the Lansing Journal. The Lansing Journal's YouTube sponsor this month is Universal Martial Arts Ministry right here in Lansing. UMA Ministry teaches more than the physical skills of martial arts and Taekwondo. They also develop a sense of culture, discipline, accountability, and spiritual awareness for students of all ages. Master L of Universal Martial Arts Ministry knows these are the things we need to establish and build community, and that aligns perfectly with the Lansing Journal's mission. So we are proud to have them sponsor our videos this month. Look for their contact info and links in the description below. Thank you, Universal Martial Arts Ministry and Master L.
All right, we're going to our village board meeting, July 15th, 2025. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, good evening, everyone. Clerk, would you please take roll call?
Trustee Zeller.
Here.
Trustee Nonson. Here. Trustee Abbasi.
Here.
Trustee Smith. Here. Trustee Lamont.
Here. Trustees have before them the minutes from the village board meeting on June 17, 2025. Are there any discussions or concerns? If not, I need a motion to accept. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Zeller.
Aye.
Trustee Nonson. Aye. Trustee Abbasi. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Trustees have before them the minutes of the executive session meeting, June 17, 2025. Are there any discussions or concerns on that? If not, I need a motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Clerk, please take a roll.
Trustee Zeller.
Aye.
Trustee Nonson. Aye. Trustee Abbasi. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Under the mayor's report, we have a presentation from the new Lansing Fire Department, Ambulance 29, Chief Coinga. I saw that pretty machine out there. I think if you would like to kind of elaborate a little bit about it and tell the audience and the residents what we got going on with Ambulance 29.
Will do. Thank you, Mayor. It is a hard act to follow Brian Hannigan. He presents a lot of great information. I will try and keep up the pace. Real quick, again, if you guys can maybe go in the Wayback Machine with me. It was October of 2021. We passed it was a resolution. It was for a new ambulance. Do the math, it took about 4 years to get a new ambulance here in that time. You know, a lot has changed. When you think back to 2021, we were in the middle of COVID. Thankfully, we're past that. Here in 2025, we finally got our new ambulance. So, oh, here we go. Thanks. on. All right, so ambulance 29. Again, it's a Ford F550 four-wheel drive. What we've started to do is kind of make our fleet very much the same. So there's a lot of just when a paramedic goes into one of our ambulances, everything's in the same spot across the fleet. So this has been a good job of, growing the fleet and just kind of, again, streamlining what we do. Like side view, oh man, I mean, nothing like a new ambulance. You can smell the newness right there in this picture. We're at this time only 38 miles on that baby. So, again, we're thrilled. Firefighters, paramedics, thrilled to get in this because ambulances are something we meet. During this time, the 4 years we were waiting for this ambulance to kind of come off the line, we relied on a 2012 F450 that I was in when I was a paramedic. And this thing today has 170,000 miles on it. We appreciate it. I'm not going to say anything bad about it because I'll hear it and break tomorrow. But that really, that 2012 really kind of carried us through to get this new one. Again, these ambulances that kind of boast with a kind of a well-lit patient compartment. Right there, you can see. There we go, technology. That's our CPR seat. This is where the paramedic will sit. Right there, if you see that, that's our, it's called the Striker power load. So that what that power load does is it really takes a paramedic's back out of the equation when we are putting patients in the back of the ambulance. Back in, way back when I started, that was all just legs and back, and we saw a lot of people get injured. So one of the good things the village has done is when we order an ambulance, we get a power loader in there. We've seen, I can't say that out loud, but we've really seen a drop in a lot of our injuries related to loading patients into the ambulance. Again, just kind of long view looking from the back towards the front of it. The compartment there is where we keep all, kind of the, just the jump bag, the heart monitor, all that other good stuff. There she is, looking at Chicago Avenue, kind of tucking her way in Station 30. One of the things we've kind of done also with our fleet is, used to be, when this would come out of the shop, we'd sticker a name on, or a number, sorry, onto the side of that. That was kind of just slotted in that station for the life of the ambulance. So if you go right here, you kind of see that red blank square. That, now we have just plates where we drop in numbers. So you can either have our plates say 29 or 31, which correlate to the stations they run out of. So kind of doing this, it really gives us a lot of flexibility to kind of move our fleet around. You guys have heard me time and time again say how north to south we run it's a 2-to-1 ratio when we run our calls. So what we'll be able to do now is take the ambulance that's been running on it here for the last 3 years, spell that at Station 30 for a little bit, just kind of keep it off the road, let it catch its breath. Put our reserve that we picked up from Texarkana a couple of years back up at 31, and then 29 will run out of 29. In a couple months, we can swap them all. And it's as easy as just pulling out that card and then putting the new number in there. So, again, on behalf of myself, the deputy chiefs, and the department, just thanks to the mayor, board for continuing to just invest in our fleet. The fleet is the lifeblood of what we do. Again, it drives 75% of our daily work. So kind of our next steps, we're going to upfit the new ambulance with some radios and computers, which that's scheduled to go next week. Stock with medical equipment and supplies. Got to go to the good old Illinois safety lane to get it approved. And then we have our IDPH inspection. So anticipated date to get her on the road is going to be August 1st. So we got our fingers crossed, and then when you see the shiny new red ambulance, you can say you heard it here first. So that is the goal. Again, I don't know if you were able to catch it on the way in. There's nothing like a new ambulance until the first shift is over. That's just me. So we enjoyed that first 24 hours with it. But again, thanks to everybody for continuing to just.
One more, if I could just interject a couple things. Are sorry?
Yes.
Chief Koyenga and his team, he and John, deserve a lot of credit because this fleet, I think, we've really renovated the fleet, And then 2012 ambulance, I think we've already discussed a couple of ideas that Chief Figueroa has about maybe taking the box or the top of that ambulance and putting in a new chassis. And I think that projected numbers would be about half, maybe not quite half, but about 160, 180 right, as opposed to like 265, which is what it was. So,
Yeah, and I think going forward these next couple of years, I think we can look to kind of save some money through kind of rechassis as opposed to just continuing buying new ones, because we'll be able to get some life out of those, even these new boxes we've got. But great.
But as the board knows, that, I mean, these are the lifeblood of his department, and you know, that revenue item is increasingly becoming an important part of the village budget. So,
And Chief, when this new one comes in on August 1st, I know we have 2 and we even have a backup. So it's going to be nice because we're going to have, you know, another backup, maybe even 2 backups.
Right, we'll be ambulance deep for once. I know we've kind of been playing catch up since 2021. The thought was when we ordered this, it's been about 18 months. But COVID got in the way, and here we are in 2025. But it'll be nice. We'll kind of now be, you know, kind of ahead of the game. So looking forward to it.
Chief, I'm here if I may.
Yes.
Again, not to belabor, but I think one thing I wanted you to point out was that you plan on rotating to active ambulances.
Yes.
This one is going to start out at 29, Station 29, but due to the fact that you run more calls out of Station 31, you'll actually rotate 2 ambulances, so you're going to have a number plate to switch out. So this one will, at some point, it'll become ambulance 31.
Correct.
And then
Yep.
it might rotate back to 29, so you know, sort of like rotating the tires, right? You'll
Most definitely.
get more mileage without both of them.
Yeah, it's really to kind of look at fleet and really manage those miles instead of just sticking one up here and just grinding it into, you know, into the ground. Now we can kind of share that and hopefully save, you know, or stave off kind of the, you know, continual versus having to purchase something quicker. So, but again, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
No problem, thank you.
Moving on, Village Administrator's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing on the agenda, but I do have one item to note. There is a resolution on the agenda for your consideration later on under Police and Public Works. It's Resolution 1497. It's our annual appropriation of motor fuel tax funds. Again, because we have an abbreviated schedule in July and August, it's necessary to get an appropriation resolution formally adopted in advance of us awarding bids for street resurfacing. IDOT likes to know where you're going to spend your money, so we're estimating $1,150,000 coming out of our motor fuel tax allotment this year. We believe $850,000 of it will be allocated towards the actual street resurfacing, and then another $200,000 for salt, and then another $100,000 for miscellaneous supplies that cold patch and the guys use for potholes and such. So that's, again, kind of a formality. The trustees will see this on the board agenda every year. Again, just us signaling to IDOT where we intend to spend our allocations of motor fuel tax.
So, moving on to the Village Attorney's report.
Sure. One item on the agenda tonight. Good evening, everyone. For your consideration and approval, there is a side letter agreement that is related to a tax increment financing redevelopment agreement that the village previously entered into with MSL Investments effective April 4th, 2024. The village, back in 2024, approved certain reimbursement amounts as set forth in the side letter, specifically for site reimbursement work, $185,850, and then for Thornton Lansing Road reimbursement project costs, $22,784,000. What is set forth in this side letter, the dollar amounts that the village previously agreed to for reimbursable project costs are not changing. During the course of construction of this project, an issue arose where a required fire hydrant was not installed at the proper place on the property. And as such, and in order to cure this, the village and MSL have agreed to this side letter, which sets forth that the village will pay the invoices for the fire hydrant upfront, and that will then be decrease from their TIF reimbursable project costs. So it is not increasing the amount of the TIF subsidy, but it's rather reallocating it to move the project forward.
Just to add to what Attorney Tui mentioned, this is an item that came up after the last meeting. This was a miss on the part of the developer, the contractors. They would not have been able to get occupancy without the fire hydrant. The fire hydrants on Stony Island and North Lansing Road were too far for our engines to hook up to and provide adequate fire suppression. The plans called for a fire hydrant on site, so this had to be corrected. And as our attorney just pointed out, the village agreed to front this money for the fire hydrant, but it is being deducted from the other reimbursables that MSL Investments is, as the board has previously authorized. There is no additional money being spent. It's just being reallocated to allow the fire hydrant to come in place.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion we would adopt ordinance number 25-022, authorizing and approving the execution of a side letter agreement related to this tax increment financing redevelopment agreement by and between the village and MSL Investments LLC.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Trustees have any questions or concerns? So we have ordinance number 25-022, authorizing and approving the execution of a side letter agreement related to the tax increment financing redevelopment agreement by and between the village and MSL Investments LLC. Clerk, please.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zelleros.
Aye.
Trustee Donaldson. Aye. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Anything else, village attorney?
Nothing else tonight, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate it. Moving on to finance and HRC, trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several items to get through. First is to make a motion to approve total accounts payable in amount of $2,959,795.40 and total payroll in amount of $1,462,368.79. This is for the period of June 16th to July 15th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the bills and payroll. Clerk, would you please take it? Any discussion on the payroll and bills? Clerk, please take roll.
Trustee Smith.
Aye.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Trustee Donaldson. Aye. Trustee Zelleros.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 1493, authorizing the execution of a voluntary employment separation and general release agreement by and between the village and Gary Richardson.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on resolution number 1493, authorizing the execution of a voluntary employment separation and general release agreement by and between the village and Gary Richardson. Are there any questions or discussions? None? Clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zelleros.
Aye.
Trustee Donaldson. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Next is a motion to adopt resolution number 1494, authorizing the execution of a voluntary employment separation and general release agreement by and between the village and Jamel Mathis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on resolution number 1494, authorizing the execution of voluntary employment separation and general release agreement by and between the village of Jamel Mathis. Are there any questions or discussions by the trustees? If not, clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Trustee Donaldson. Aye. Trustee Zelleros.
Aye.
Next, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 1495, authorizing and approving the execution of an agreement related to the renewal and extension of a software agreement by and between the village and Avenue Enterprise Solutions, LLC, for information technology and support services.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on resolution 1495, authorizing and approving the execution of an agreement related to the renewal of extension of the software agreement by and between the village and Avenue Enterprise Solutions LLC for information technology and support services. Any concerns or discussion by the trustees?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. Director Newman, probably, or maybe Director Hannigan, for the Avenue software, this is a temporary fix with the transition of the open go, so how long is this?
That's correct.
Is it as needed, or are we?
It's a 2-year agreement with an option for the 3rd year.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the trustees? Not, please take the roll.
Trustee Smith?
Aye.
Trustee Abasi? Trustee Little? Trustee Johnson? Trustee Zelma?
Next, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 25-023, making appropriations for corporate purposes for the village of Lansing, Cook County, Illinois, for the fiscal year beginning May 1st, 2025, and ending April 30th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on ordinance number 25-023, making an appropriation for corporate purposes for the village of Lansing, Cook County, Illinois, for the fiscal year beginning May 1, 2025, and ending April 30, 2026. Any discussion or concerns by the trustees? Not. Clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Smith?
Aye.
Trustee Abasi?
Aye.
Trustee Lamont?
Aye.
Trustee Johnson? Trustee Zelma?
Mayor, that's all I have for finance and HRC. Director Hannigan, would you like to present your report?
I don't have a separate report tonight, Trustee Smith, but I wanted to just thank you and Trustee Abasi and Trustee Valencia for your review of our bills, because I think it goes without saying, I think it's a necessary part of this process, and I know it's an arduous task. So, thank you, because I know Trustee Abasi has been doing it since I arrived here, but I know we're taking on from Trustee Valencia as well. So thank you.
Perfect. I am going to cover some items from HRC briefly that was emailed over. They just had their meeting July 10th. It was a special meeting introducing their new commissioner on the board. They discussed the previous events that they held. They utilized a system to do some surveys to ask people how they feel about the cultural event, the Juneteenth event, the Lansing for the Soul event, and got a lot of feedback from individuals that are seeking to have more events like this more often, and more vendors, different food options for individuals that are vegan. Was one of the things that they had discussed, and then they look forward to their schedule for 2026 fiscal year of adding more things to do, such as block club, parties, also doing book clubbing, just keeping an active role of activities for individuals, not just events, but active activities throughout the month. So those are some things that I touch bases on from the head of the HRC Commission. So thank you.
Is that it, trustees?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Airport and insurance, Trustee Smith for Trustee Valencia.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 1496, authorizing and approving the execution of a concession permit agreement by and between the village and Powered by Blueprint Incorporated related to terms of operational use at the Lansing Municipal Airport.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on resolution number 1496, authorizing and approving the execution of concession permit agreement by and between the village and Powered by Blueprint Inc. related to terms of operational use at the Lansing Municipal Airport. Do the trustees have any concerns or discussion? If not, clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Smith?
Aye.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson. Trustee Zelderlos.
Aye.
Yes. So Director Hannigan, do you have a report for insurance?
No, I don't.
No, okay. Tom, do you want to give us a report of airport activity for the month?
Sure, thank you. On June 13th, the airport staff welcomed a special visitor. Trustee Leo Valencia visited the airport. We had a great visit, gave a short tour, and got to know a little bit about each other. As you know, Trustee Valencia is beginning his second term, and thank you for stopping by for your dedication to Village of Lansing. On the maintenance issues, on June 10th, airport electrician Gene Gottlieb and staff began the installation of new precision approach path indicators. The path to begin the installation on runway 927 and will continue to runway 1836 next month. During the month of June, the Public Works Department has assisted the airport maintenance staff at hangar B10. The pavement had sunk and became very difficult for the pilot to get his plane into the hangar. Public Works is able to repair the situation. Also, after a long winter, restoration was completed on the main ramp due to a water leak, a water main break. Thanks to Supervisor Earl O'Neill and his staff. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Tom. Mayor, that's all for airport and insurance.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Moving on to Fire and Economic Development, Trustee Abasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we would adopt ordinance number 25-024, granting approval of a special use for a planned unit development for automobile dealership and service center to EFN Redbird Property LLC, known as Napleton Kia, 17111 to 17151 Torrance Avenue.
Second. We have a motion and a second on ordinance number 25-024, granting approval of a special use for a planned unit development for an automobile dealership and service center to EFN Redbird Property LLC, also known as Napleton Kia, located at 17111 through 17151 Torrance Avenue. Are there any discussions or concerns by the trustees? If not, clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zelderlos.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson. Trustee Smith. Trustee Lamont.
Make a motion we would adopt ordinance number 25-025, providing for a feasibility study report with respect to the designation of a certain area as a tax increment financing redevelopment project area, which is the proposed Lansing Shopping Center TIF district.
Second.
We have ordinance number 25-025, providing a feasibility study and report with respect to the designation of a certain area as a tax increment financing redevelopment project area, proposed Lansing Shopping Center TIF district. Are there any concerns or discussions by the trustees? If not, clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zelderlos.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson. Trustee Smith. Trustee Lamont.
Make a motion we would adopt ordinance number 25-026, authorizing and approving the execution of the First Amendment to the redevelopment agreement binding between the Village of Lansing and NCM LLC, known as the Mikowski's Grill Sausage Company, 16700 to 16710 Chicago Avenue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on ordinance number 25-026, authorizing and approving the execution of the First Amendment to the redevelopment agreement by and between the Village of Lansing and NCM LLC, Mikowski's Grill Sausage Company, located at 16700 to 16710 Chicago Avenue. Trustees got any discussions or concerns? If not, clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Abasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zelderlos.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson. Trustee Smith. Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Thank you, trustees. Prior to our department reports, if there's any representatives tonight from Napleton or Mikowski's in the audience, just congratulations and thank you for your continued investment in our community. Chief Coinga, would you walk us through the fire department's monthly reports?
Certainly. I'll keep it as brief as possible. Training-wise, in June, each one of our shifts, so that would have been red, black, gold shift,
stopped by the new Kia dealership to get behind the scenes look at kind of the ongoing building construction, in addition to the fire protection systems that are being put in place there. One of our other areas that we looked at and kind of trained on was honing our skills in residential search and rescue. One focusing on moving victims and also injured firefighters up and down stairs, as well as from kind of lower grade basement windows or kind of those rescue well windows. Out of the Fire Prevention Bureau, again, the Fire Prevention Bureau, along with the duty crews, participated in several community events, completed a bunch of fire prevention activities. Some of the events we attended was kindergarten celebration at Nathan Hale, kind of their end of the year event, which was a lot of fun. A lot of pictures in front of the fire engines with all the kids, and a lot of some fire safety education, and just again hanging out with the kids and parents. We also attended the village cultural celebration at Fox Point. Went to the Lansing Library block party and the Juneteenth celebration at Fox Point as well. We did conduct a station tour for the Lansing Police Department summer camp students. Call-wise, on the fire side, we did 447 calls. Again, you've heard me say it before, 2-to-1 ratio. The north side of town keeps us busy. And so it's a big, that's a 2-to-1 split. Station 31 had 295 of those calls. Station 29 had 127. Out of the Bureau, 117 fire inspections were completed, and out of those 117, 11 of those were for new businesses. So, busy month for us. Thank you. Thank you. I know this is your June report, but I'm just a little curious. Any crazy July 4th call-outs for your department? Fires, starting fireworks, or bigger blowing off, or anything? No, I mean, for us, July 4th tends to be busy. It was busy, nothing like record-breaking busy. It's funny, on the 4th, we didn't see a lot of just brush fires. We did have one on, I think Tom was telling me, on the far south end of the airport. They had a little brush fire. Somebody on the Indiana side must have called it in because Dyer came in and put it out. So we were a little angry. You don't put out a fire, but such is life. And then a couple days after the 4th, we had a couple of small brush fires in, we had one in Schultz Park with some kids that went up, but we were able to put that out there. July, I will focus on the 4th of July. We'll kind of, I'll blow that up and we'll see what we have next week. Yeah, I didn't even get that. There you go. A little joke, too.
For economic development, we're turning things over to our village administrator and I wish to report on some items.
Thank you, Trustee Abbasi. I did want to point out one last thing from Chief Dominguez's report. Out of, Chief, would you say about 422 calls in the month of June, and only 5 of them were building fires. So that's kudos to the Bureau. And it also emphasizes why not that we don't invest in our fire apparatus, but it emphasizes the importance of why we have to keep up with the ambulances, because 3/4 of those calls are repair value. So definitely, I thought the number 5 was pretty small. The last bar on your list here was building fires. So
yeah,
we're pointing out.
Yep, and that's a lot of that you can attribute to kind of that Be Alarmed program that we really, as a community, invested in. Installed over 1,000 smoke detectors in residences. So I think that's played a big part of that too. Yeah, it's a good number to have. Thank you.
Good. All right, on economic development, I'm just going to recap some of the things on the list here that the trustees have in front of them. Some of these items you're going to hear later in the meeting. We're working with a business owner who is in the south suburbs right now, interested in the Ridge Road location at 3414, which would potentially be a retail and manufacturing location. We're hoping to get architectural renderings and some cost estimates here sometime in the next month, and maybe be able to get them added to the August committee meeting. We're working with the ownership of B&K Equipment on 175th Street on their planned expansion. We had expected them to be here tonight. They had a delay with their application. They'll be here next month. A little bit later tonight, you're going to hear a presentation from Elijah Goodwin for a potential special use which would permit a cigar lounge at 3256 Ridge Road. You'll hear from some other interested parties for a restaurant, more of a fast food restaurant at 3341 Ridge Road. And we are continuing to work with Parth Patel on his hope to open up a Smoothie King on Torrance Avenue. We just emailed with him today. I'm going to be asking engineering and building if they'll allow him to do some site work in advance of the IDOT permit. I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. IDOT is holding this project up on curb cuts, which we know they're going to approve. So we're hoping that we're going to still see part of the great ground on that Smoothie King this year. We're updating appraisals for some additional land acquisition adjacent to the former Pioneer Hotel. Mike Kirsten was talking about that earlier tonight, so a lot of things are happening in that regard. Working on drafting a redevelopment agreement for the Napleton Kia, special use, which is tonight. We're working on, you're going to hear it tonight in Committee of the Whole. Tom Golab from RE Development Solutions and the True by Hilton is here tonight, working on a redevelopment assignment of that agreement to the new North Torrance TIF, and also an agreement for demolition of the former 5-story bank building. Again, these things are, a lot of things are happening. Just you don't always hear about the board meeting, a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And as was approved earlier tonight, the agreement with SB Friedman on a TIF feasibility study in the former Landing Shopping Center, hoping that we can bring some additional incentives that they can do. So that's a recap of development. Some things we don't put on there because they're just not really ready to be fully vetted here in a public setting. The trustees know they can get a hold of us anytime.
Thank you, Administrator. Mayor,
Thank you, trustee. Moving on to Police and Public Works, trustee Ellen Russ.
Thank you, Mayor. One item for approval was that we approve resolution 1497, appropriating the sum of $1,150,000 of motor fuel tax funds for the purpose of maintaining streets and highways pursuant to the operations. Listed on the estimate of maintenance costs for the period beginning May 1, 2025 and ending April 30, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on resolution number 1497, appropriating the sum of $1,150,000 of motor fuel tax funds for the purpose of maintaining streets, highways pursuant to the operations listed on the estimate of maintenance costs for the period beginning May 1, 2025 and ending April 30, 2026. Do the trustees have any concerns or discussion? If not, please take the roll.
Trustee Zeldin.
Aye.
Trustee Boston.
Aye.
Trustee Robinson. Aye. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to the monthly reports for June. Here's Deputy Chief Heineck. Are you prepared to give us some highlights on the police report?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
For the 911 center, they handled over 7,000 calls for the month of June, of which 4,200 were police calls for service. As every month goes, we have a lot of training. Our ERT team conducted a day of training. Our officers assigned to the major accident reconstruction team, the South Suburban Emergency Response team, participated in training for those groups. We sent several officers to breath operator school and advanced roadside impairment school. Detective Lewis, who was one of our school resource officers, became certified as a national school resource officer, which is an intensive 8-day training. And a few of our officers have progressed to the next step of, they call it SWAT operator school. It allows them to participate in our emergency response team. It's a 3-day training that's offered. It's like 4 or 5 different training dates that they need to complete this training. For the month of June, our officers made 876 traffic stops, 308 community policing contacts,
along with over 1,200 premise checks conducted. 92 arrests, 172 parking citations were issued, along with 54 municipal ordinance citations for retail theft, littering, and the like. 680 state traffic offenses were cited: speeding, disobey stop signs, no insurance. $20,500 in administrative tow fees were collected, along with $972 in permit fees for overweight permits, vehicles traveling through town. Officers participated in numerous events at Fox Point, Lansing, some graduation parties, Juneteenth, cultural celebration event. We also attended the library's block party, car shows, the cruise night in June, and a community event at the Freedom Church. The police department also participated in the Special Olympics torch run, which began at the airport and ended at 170th and Burnham when we handed it off to Calumet City. We thank the mayor and the village clerk, as well as everybody else who stood by while we ran, and for those that participated in the run with us. It was hot, but it was worth it. Probationary officer Christian Kowalski had graduated from the Illinois State Police Academy after 16 weeks of training. He's about halfway through his field training process right now. Officer Todd Yonker retired in June after 28 years as a police officer, and Detective Linda Monty also retired in June after 23 years as a police officer, and she served 6 years prior to that as a telecommunicator. And also in June, we hosted our summer mentorship program for about a dozen youth in grades 6 through 8. They spent a week shadowing our police officers during the day. They went to Irons Oaks, did a couple other team building exercises here, and we put them through our virtual reality training and just a few other things that our school resource officers have done for the last few years. And it's been a good opportunity for some youth to come into the police department and kind of see what we do. So if anybody has any questions, that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. Appreciate covering that information for us. Moving on to the monthly report from Public Works Supervisor O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Trustee. From the Public Works side, as far as we had an opportunity today to launch our 30-day training calendar. In this training calendar, we have the opportunity to identify the top key items as far as that we have to improve as far as going with our staff when it comes to, simple things as far as the 3 points as far as the contact, as far as coming to the vehicle, to more involved items when it comes to talking about barricades, as far as placing barricades when we respond to an incident, when we respond to actual event, whether we respond to an actual situation where we have vehicles on the road, we need to provide safe passage for vehicles to still go along the public way. We need to be trained as far as on how to actually set up barricades, how to maneuver as far as traffic control, as far as surrounding areas. So with this training calendar, it offers a unique opportunity for us to work on safety, primarily safety as far as for our staff. With that said, with this also training calendar that we've initiated, we have a great opportunity to establish better relations with our partners to the right and partners to the left. Where this calendar actually identifies our 30-day training opportunity, 30-day projects, special projects that we're going to launch throughout the month of August. So in the month of August, we have a number of series of projects that we're going to launch, and this provides transparency to how we're going to focus as far as on those events. And if it's opportunities where other departments have a need for public works, we like to make sure that we're being transparent and open to them so they can better understand what areas, as far as what weeks or what days we're open to, to do other work for other departments. We consider ourselves more so the skeleton as far as it goes, as far as within the structure of the village of Lansing. We provide backbone as far as for the village of Lansing. We have things that we have to accomplish as far as it goes, but we also make sure we have to provide transparency as far as the other departments so they can share as far as these resources, as far as with the other departments. On top of that, as far as we've had 110 chops, we've had 290 Julie reports, we've had 27 shut-offs, and we had 25 turn-offs. It's always a good number as far as those. Those numbers are pretty close together. And that's pretty much all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor O'Neill. I just want to add that I think the word got out, probably intentionally at the village hall, that I am now the contact person with liaison with the public works department, because people that call talking about trees and the parkway and pavement questions somehow get a hold of me or somehow I'm included in that line. So I appreciate that, because it gave me a front row seat on hearing how Supervisor O'Neill and the department respond. And it's always timely, and there's not an answer directly available. If they get one back to the president, and that's what we're all about, is being responsive. And it's nice to see that. In fact, rolling in the alley down by my house today, and Supervisor O'Neill was out talking to another resident, and they were pointing at, apparently it was a tree issue in the parkway. So, we're out there working on it, and the fact that we have immediate response, or some immediate response to the calls that are coming in, just does merit good, knowing that even if it's not the answer that folks are looking for, they do get an answer, and they're not left wondering. So keep up the good work, and Mayor, that's all I have for the reports and action for this meeting today.
Thank you, trustee. Moving on to building, IT, L&N, and marketing, trustee Lamont.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Our building commissioners are going to give the monthly report.
Yes, thank you, trustee. Even though we didn't answer 7,000 phone calls, I didn't feel like I did. The building department did issue 192 permits reflecting $3,477,410.48 invested back into our community. Our inspectors have performed 308 home inspections and 93 rental inspections. Our code enforcement officers issued 645 violation notices. These notices do not reflect the numerous conversations with our residents, either by phone or in person, to resolve issues and avoid notices being written. We have quite a few new businesses that are in town. Body Canvas at 18525 Torrance Avenue. Unit D8, Body Contouring Services. Powered by Blueprint Inc. Is at 3259 Glenwood Lansing Road, Unit 2, rebuilding aircraft pistons and engines. D8 Society Tattoo is at 18610 Burnham Avenue, Unit 8. Has tattoo services. It's an existing business with new owners and a new name change. Noble Home Care, 17830 Bernadine Street, home care and home business. Bees Admin Solutions, 17258 Bernadine Street. It's bookkeeping services. It's a home business. Signorama moved to 2760 Bernings Avenue, printing signs, vehicle graphics, sign services. That's an existing business with a new location, and we're glad to keep them here in Lansing. That's all I have tonight, trustee.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, our IT Director, Davies, going to get his report.
Thank you so much, trustee. We've been continually working, as I've been saying for quite the last few months, in respect to the OpenGov platform. It's all about training at this point, ensuring that we have all the different staff logging in, getting acclimated to it, and then as we roll out different portions of it, it's been pretty exciting to see, even as I walk to the front, for example, and I hear, residents getting questions directly answered, or, it's pretty exciting just to be able to see people using the platform in the right way. So we've been working with that as well with our Public Works Department and especially Supervisor O'Neill, in reference to, we're going to be doing something that's called expert services training, which is essentially, think of it as tutoring, but one-on-one scale, so to speak. So it's going to be like train the trainer. So we're going to be working with Earl so he can really get acclimated to the asset management software. And it's going to just enhance all the things we do throughout the village. As he gets acclimated to it, then he can train his staff and then kind of continue on with that process. So we're started that process, signed all the necessary paperwork in order to start those trainings as soon as possible. As we've been talking about through all the different budgetary things, continuing working with staff to get our budgets up to speed. One of the biggest things that we're going to be doing this year in our IT department, obviously we're a small department, but we touch everything in the village. And so one of the things I've kind of been hoping to kind of put together and get was our a security operations center, which basically means that, you know, we're not going to be tied to if there is a virus or if there's any, you know, malware or anything like that on an individual's machine. We're going to have 24/7 ability to see that. Not just even if after 5 o'clock, we're going to have a separate kind of third-party company that's going to be working and looking at those. So obviously, we're a 24/7 organization with our police departments, fire department, public works, whatnot. So we're going to have eyes on things all the time. So I won't have to wait till I start, you know, 7, 8 in the morning to hear, oh, if there's a situation, we can address it right away. So in this age of malware, you got to be preventative. So we're definitely going to continue on to do what we can with that. So we're continuing on with our budget, our board packet software system that we're hoping to bring to the forefront of the board in the next month or so. Also, we do have one person that we have that is already committed to the new position over at LNN. He's going to be starting starting a little later than I'd like, but we still need to have, you know, but he's a fabulous candidate, so he's going to be starting in September. And that's going to be exciting for us because then obviously we're doing so many events throughout the village, and so we want to make sure that we have staffing accordingly. So I've been working with our Comcast rep, and so we're in the process of upgrading Comcast service or just internet service throughout the village, and we're expediting a lot of the speeds and renewing some of the contracts. And with the change in contracts, we're going to really get much faster speeds, which is going to allow us to be a lot more productive as a staff, as a village in general. So pretty excited about that. And you'll hear later on as we kind of talk through the whole village-wide fob replacement process. We're going to do a presentation in the committee of the whole meeting in a few minutes, and then you'll be able to hear and see all the different things that we've been doing with that. So we're pretty excited by that because that's kind of the first step to doing a lot of things to be able to unify a lot of our cloud material, whether it be cameras or access doors. So that's it for IT. I can go into the LN piece if you'd like.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So for LNN, we had the 5th grade day at the Padley Center. It was great for them to kind of learn, get indoctrinated into what the Padley Center is all about. So we were able to film that. We had Friday Night Lights event on June 6th, so we were able to film that as well. We're working with, the venues director, Mr. Reynolds. We're able to get a lot of footage for WGN in order to give them a lot of material. So we're blessed as a community. We have the ability to have a lot of material so that we can give it to when these news outlets want to have B-roll, want to have information, want to have things about our community. We can not just talk about it, we can show evidence of it. So we're pretty excited to be able to help with that process when we had our WGN radio. And you'll hear more about that a little bit later. Continue on to honor Tom Langdon in our fire department for receiving the Fire Prevention Life Safety Award. As I said, we have a lot of events at Fox Point, so we're always in the midst of that, whether it be filming it for This Week in Lansing or filming it when we do live stream at the venue so that we can showcase it on the video wall. So we continue to do that, and then we had our torch run, which we're able to work with the police department on for the Special Olympics. It's a great event that we are excited to be able to film and show every year. So that's it for the LNN.
Thank you, Director. And we once again want to thank you and your team for being able to provide all that fantastic video of WGN. If you haven't seen it, obviously it's on our social media, but in order for those videos to be really, really quality, you need that good B-roll that Director Fabian was talking about. So we appreciate all the hard work you're doing that.
Trustee, if I could just have another minute here, I really want to shock our police department with a few other businesses that we have in town. Motel 6 at 2151 Bernice Road. It's a motel that's an existing business with the new owner, Jiffy Lube at 17803 Torrance Avenue. Quick oil change, existing business, new owner. CJ's 2-in-1 Enterprise, 18525 Torrance Avenue. That's in D4, Unit D4 Income Tax Company. Seal Masters of Chicago, 2859 Bernice Road. It's a pavement and maintenance product and equipment company. Jiffy Lube at 178. I think that's a rewrite. So we've got that one. And the Browder Group LLC at 18338 Burnham Avenue. They're a consulting service. Thank you, trustee.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, trustee. Moving on to youth center and venue operations, trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing on my agenda tonight. Anisha, do you have youth center report?
I do, thank you. We started the month of June hosting Oakland and Coolidge Elementary for our 5th grade day celebrations. We had a total of 115 5th graders that attended from Oakland, and then we had a total of 110 5th graders that attended from Coolidge. It was a jam-packed day, plenty of games and contests. It was nice and hot and active, but the children enjoyed themselves. The school year ended June 6th. We held an end-of-the-year soiree for our staff and for our youth. There were a total of 25 youth present for that celebration. We kicked off our summer camp registration with a great rush. We maxed out this year with just a small group of 40 youth, just so we can keep it a little small and intimate during our construction phase at the building. We are servicing youth 3rd through 10th grade this year. Summer camp our orientation was held on the 26th for parents and youth, just to get a glimpse of what we're doing this summer and meet each other as well as the staff and, get excited for what's to come. And then I was awarded a scholarship through Gateway Hope University, so I am currently working on a mental health certification focusing on child and adolescents' mental health. So that is what we're doing, as well as some staff professional development this month. Our daily attendance averaged at about 15 youth, and our membership is currently at 123 youth. And that is all, trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha, and congratulations on your scholarship.
Thank you.
For venues, I'll pass it along to Ken for his report.
Thank you, Trustee Nomison. From a Fox Point perspective, after a 10-day break, we were back in action last Wednesday with a very well-attended concert with our headliner, Marrakesh Express. Much of the focus over the break was on watering our main infield. As all of you know, we've had a big heat run here and not a lot of rain. So we worked with our IT department to reset the software that waters the lawn, focusing on better cycles, better timing, and it's made a big difference. If you saw the lawns from the end of June or the last week of June to when we came back, it's made a big difference. We've had 2 rainouts. We've had a lot of interest in the community about June was a tough month for us weather-wise, and we had 2 Wednesday night concert rainouts, the 4th and the 18th. We've had several calls, Nana's had them, I've had them, regarding have those bands been rescheduled, specifically 16 Candles and one of these nights. We are working with the agents for both bands to get those bands rescheduled at some point later in the year. We don't have any open Wednesdays because we go all the way through, so we're working on either a Wednesday tacked on to the back end or another day of the week to try and get these 2 very popular bands back out there. As of today, we still do not have that date. Our Cultural Celebration Day event, we're beginning to think we should hold that indoors because the weather for the 2 years we've had it has been pretty extreme. This year it was 95 degrees with a 105 heat index, and that real windy Saturday that some of you may remember. So we had 6 tents that paid the price. May they rest in peace. So it's a really good event. Last year we got absolutely soaked with downpours. So our staff is frustrated because of the time we've put in. However, we believe in the event and we want to continue to work it into our schedule to some degree. I want to give special thanks to Michelle Henderson, Tony Trancoso, Jeff Scholl, Rebecca Palumbo, and the Lansing Public Library, who are our co-sponsors, Elisa and Beth, at the library for this event. We spent a lot of time planning that. If you were there, I believe it was an excellent reflection of what multiculturalism is. Unfortunately, we didn't have as many people there because it was really hot. So we will keep fighting Mother Nature. She is undefeated, but we will try to find a day when she is not. Our next 2 events, if If you're a Taylor Swift fan, tomorrow night's the night, tribute to Taylor Swift. And we are looking to draw some people that have never been to our venue before, which is all part of our diversified programming. And then this Friday, we have the fifth year in a row we've had the Northwest Indiana Symphony will be playing at our venue. So in 1 week, we've gone from motorcycle presentations and heavy metal or metal rock music to the symphony within 6 days. So we've had quite a swing. From the Lansing Sports Complex perspective, regular seasons for Lansing Little League, Lansing Girls Softball came to an end this week. The Lansing Little League District 6 tournament was held, it's 12U, was held at the complex on July 9th and 10th. Somebody behind me, as in Trustee Abbasi, was a coach on that team, and they are heading to the state tournament in Elgin this weekend. I won't comment on how they blew a 2-run lead in the 6th inning. Make game 2 turn into a suspended game, but we'll put it all on some Trustee Abbasi's plate. So, but congratulations to them and their team. It's great for them. In addition to that, they're going to Elgin. We, Lansing, are hosting an 11U state tournament beginning this Saturday. 13 teams from across the state of Illinois will be playing at the sports complex and at 2 venues in South Howard. So we're excited for that. Mother Nature doesn't look like she wants to cooperate as of tonight, so I'll lose some more sleep over that when we get there. The maintenance staff this week is focusing on projects to really highlight our venue for those 13 communities. I want to thank Supervisor O'Neill. His staff's been outstanding in co-oping with my maintenance staff for keeping the properties there cut and watered and in good shape. Volleyball program continues Mondays and Wednesdays through the end of July. They have a season-ending tournament on August 2nd. And the historic Fort Hangar, our next 2 events there, we have a second wedding of the season on October 11th, and we have a fundraiser for the Crossroads National Veterans Museum, which will be the week after on October 18th. And you'll be hearing more about that event in particular as we get more details from that particular applicant. And then we've had quite a few tours in the last couple of months of the hangar for events in 2026. So we're looking forward to seeing where those take us, from weddings, graduations. So that is my report, Trustee Nominson. I think.
Thank you, Ken. That's all here.
Thank you, Trustee. We're going to open up the meeting now to public comment. If you have any comment, please come up to the mic. We do ask that you give your name and your address and kind of hold it for 5 minutes. How you doing, Dan?
How you doing, Mayor? My name's Dan Johnson. I live at 18561 Old Farm Road in Lansing. Been a resident here in the Lansing community for the past 15 years. On June 3rd, I acquired the property at 2524 Ridge Road, which is the Landos Lanes. We've also taken over the management and operations of this bowling facility by which we intend to keep a bowling alley. The mayor came in today, saw all of the work that we've been putting into it thus far, and invited me to come and speak at the public comment. Our vision is to rejuvenate Landos Lanes to the pillar of the community that it has always been. We are still working in direct connection with the Genovese family. And so the new name will be Strikes and Bites, where family comes first. And so it is our desire to bring faith, family, business, and the civic community all back together as a social hub at 2524 Ridge Road. So far, we've developed partnerships with Walmart, we've developed partnerships with tiny towns. We're working with the Thornton Township for the special needs to come and continue their bowling, by which they've been doing for over 30 years. We've connected with Dr. Ross at Memorial Middle School, who's bringing the bowling team, looking to bring the bowling team back to Lansing. And so we're really excited about it. We're working on programs like Bowling and Business, where we teach entrepreneurship, as well as bowling, or Bowling and Bucks, where we're teaching financial literacy. These are just some of the programs that we are actively pursuing and engaging in. We look forward to joining the Lansing Chamber of Commerce. We've also already engaged in several contracts with businesses that's also within the community to do business with us. So I just wanted to introduce myself and say I'm excited about becoming a partner from a business perspective with the Lansing community. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Dan, it was a nice tour of your facility over there. You've done a lot of nice work over there, and I'm looking forward to actually doing a couple bowling leagues over there with somebody, and maybe candlelight bowling. But the place looks great, though. You guys really done a great job, and I appreciate you keeping it in the community. Thank you, sir. Anyone else have public comment? Hello, Lisa.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Good.
How's the library?
It's very good. Thank you. I just came tonight to thank Mayor Hardy, Trustee Abbasi, and Clerk Grady Perovich for spending some time in our dunk tank last month. And I came here to inform you guys we're not doing the dunk tank ever again. I said, no more, we're done. It's too hard to find people, and I refuse to do it, so. But thank you very much. We really appreciated that you participated in the block party. We hope you guys had a good time. Thank you.
And actually, the first person that was throwing balls was Trustee Abbasi's son.
Yes. Yes.
Did you pay Joseph to do that? Oh, my goodness. I think
He didn't get me.
on his first pitch, he got me, so. But, yeah, it was a good day by all, and thank you to the library for that block party together.
We had a good time. It was very busy tonight.
Your bubbles were a hit.
They were. They were.
It's a mess.
I mean, that's what community is all about,
Right.
so I appreciate it. Anybody else got public comment? If not, trustees have anything for old business? Do the trustees have anything for new business?
I just want to do a brief kudos and give gratitude to the Building Commissioner Savage, Supervisor O'Neill, and Director Tisbro, because I bothered those three in the last week, and they've been very responsive, very helpful. And I also want to thank Director Tisbro for allowing the Youth Center to be a place for community engagement. So for those who don't know, you can utilize the Youth Center for any community-led events. She's very responsive. Of course, I bother you all the time, Director Hannigan, but I had to shout these three out because I've never bothered them so hard, and they all responded, and they're probably tired of me, but I'm going to get you next time, and Ken, you're next on my list, as well as Chief Koyika, and since the Chief's not here, I'm going to have pick one Deputy Chief back there. I'll be in you guys' inboxes and phones too next week. Thank you.
Trustees have anything else for new business? Now I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please take the vote.
Trustee Abbasi.
Aye.
Trustee Zolberman.
Aye.
Trustee Johnson. Aye. Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Trustees have before them the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting on June 17, 2025. Any discussion or concerns? Need a motion to accept?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please take the roll.
Trustee Zolberman.
Aye.
Trustee Smith. Aye. Trustee Lamont.
Aye.
Trustee Johnson. Aye. Trustee Abbasi.
Abstain.
Moving on to the mayor's report, I do not have anything on this committee of the whole. Moving on to village administrator, Mr. Pawlowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have two items here this evening. I did want to make one other comment related to the last meeting. Finance Director Hannigan was directed not to put together a departmental report because he's been up to his eyeballs in the budget appropriation. So he didn't just decide to take the night off. I wanted to say I strongly advised him not to put together because essentially his budget and appropriation was the report.
I will second that.
I got the board was already boarded up from here.
And why you hanging out on that drive. Okay, so we're going to start off with a couple of special use requests, and these were heard at the planning and zoning meeting back on June 18th. And the first request is for a special use for a cigar lounge, outdoor seating, outdoor amusement, live entertainment, and a couple of variances for perimeter parking, setback and landscaping. This is going to be for the proposed cigar experience. I'd like to welcome Elijah Goodwin, who is kind of about a 3+ year project in the making, maybe longer. Elijah purchased the property at 3246 Ridge Road, and we've been working with him for quite some time on this project. It is there's a lot of balls in the air. so to speak, and you'll see it when he does his presentation. After Elijah makes his presentation with the help of his architect, then Maura Rigoni, our village planner, will come up and brief you on the village's take on the proposal, and then we'll have discussion. So I'll turn it over to, welcome Elijah, and turn it over to you.
All right, my name is Elijah Goodwin. How's everyone doing this evening? I know it's late. I'm trying to be quick, but be very informative. All right, so the cigar experience originated about 15. First, before I do that, I want to introduce Silas, which is also my architect. Go ahead, Silas.
Yeah, Silas Hall, represent you and Associates Collaborative out of Chicago. We're working with Elijah on just developing this whole project for this stage.
Okay, so the cigar experience, maybe 15, 20 years ago, it originated when my middle brother introduced me to a stale cigar. Now you look at it like a stale cigar and be like, okay, wow, he wants to open up a cigar lounge with a stale cigar. So I didn't really like it because I didn't know the aspect of cigar smoking. I didn't know about cigars to that point. So what I did was I actually tried a cigar on my own, but I went to somebody that I knew that smoked cigars, and then I was hooked. So what I want to do is introduce you to the cigar experience and let you know what's on the menu. Who am I? The opportunity that I'm listing right now, the zoning request, the operation, the outdoor seating, the outdoor amusement, live entertainment, landscaping, parking. I know it seems like a lot, but community impact and my next steps. Now, who is Elijah Goodwin? I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran. I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, nonprofit originator, Village of Maywood trustee candidate, licensed and bonded general contractor, investor, husband, and a father. Now the opportunity is I want to develop a premier, and I want to emphasize the word premier, cigar lounge in Lansing, Illinois. Upscale, unique, I should have added grown before the sexy, and sophisticated. Now, the zoning request. Standalone cigar lounge, as required by state laws, outdoor seating. I'm going to have controlled privacy gated environment with key fob access only. Outdoor amusement, pool table access, and nearby miniature golf style putting area. Parking, part of the rear portion of the property will be turned into a parking area. Landscaping, which is a privacy fence, planters, lighting, small shrub accents, things of that nature. Live entertainment within the interior of the main cigar lounge building only. Now, the operations. General business operation plan is there will be one staff member on light days of the operation and additional staff on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, but this will all be determined once we open and based on initial operations. Total occupancy for the interior part of the lounge is going to be 32 people or 32 patrons. The exterior garage lounge, which is going to hold the actual pool table. You can use that either during the fall, during the spring, during the summer. It's going to be heated and cooled as well. 14. Exterior space, 24. Exterior putting area, 6. And employees between 1 and 4, depending again on the operations. Now, the operations that we're looking to do is to have the main entrance of the establishment located on the north side of the building with an ADA ramp access, which Way and Silas helped us actually detail the diagram. And then once the staff is determined that the patron will be utilizing the premises as a lounge guest, they will be offered a daily membership or a two-cigar purchase option. Now, once this is determined, they'll receive a daily wristband. This wristband you can use to get in and out the facility. You can use it to get in and out of the golfing area. You can use it wherever you're going to be at the lounge area. This will actually allow us to understand and see and to be notified that there's someone that's not supposed to be there. Whether they're underage, whatever the case is going to be, we check IDs prior to someone coming into the actual lounge themselves. Now, there is a yearly VIP membership, basically, which you can, purchase, and you would have executive access to all areas of the cigar lounge, including the exterior, which is the exterior putting range, the exterior garage that we're going to, convert into an indoor-outdoor place where you can do amusements such as playing pool, and then also we're going to use pergolas in that area as well. This whole complete area is going to be gated. So it's going to be gated with a key fob access. You just can't walk up and you just can't enjoy the festivities without actually coming into the physical location, showing your ID, and getting your badge. All right, so the outdoor seating, as you see, is going to have pergolas. This area will consist of 2 pergolas in the space decorated with rectangle and circle planters. The section will also provide luxury cushion outdoor seating. You know, kind of like a nice venue or like your backyard on a nice sunny day. It's been too hot lately, but you know what I mean. Now, the number of patrons in this area will be maximum of 24. So it's 12 per pergola. So the pergolas are going to be side by side, separated by planters. You're going to have tables, you're going to have ashtrays, you're going to have things of that nature. There will be TVs as well, so you might have a TV or 2 out there for entertainment or if the sports are on and things like that. Now, the space will be utilized in the spring, summer, and fall months as long as the weather permits. There will be a staff member as well in this area, depending on how many people that we have in this area during that time. Now, the outdoor amusement, which is amusement garage lounge, is actually going to have a pool table and enough seating for 14 patrons only. There will be a staff member as well servicing this area, and again, this is also going to be attached or secluded with the actual outdoor pergolas and the actual putting range. So all this is going to be fenced in again. Now, the putting range is just like going to miniature golf. It's going to be 3 different lanes, 3 tables, enough to fit 6 people. When you're smoking a cigar, you're networking, you're just having fun. You're putting, you're enjoying each other. Everything is good. Everything is dandy. So with 6 patrons with 3 high back tables and chairs, there will still be a staff member servicing that area, which again consists of the same area with the outdoor seating and also the amusement garage area. Parking and landscaping. We'll conserve portions of the greenery, which includes grass on both sides of the cluster of trees near the bank lot, because it's a bank. Now, let me emphasize the bank on that particular side, I believe is the west side, east side of the actual property. The entire property will be fenced in, so privacy fence. Our hours in the screen, 3 screens ago, that we showcased for the indoor and outdoor, is going to try to coincide with the bank. So meaning, if we're going to be outside, we're not going to be outside in the morning, we're going to be outside maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the bank closes at 5 or 6. On days like the weekend when the bank closes at 1, we open up at 1 or we open up at 12. On Sundays, the bank is closed. Go Bears. So, patrons will also be required to enter the alleyway off of Burnham Avenue or Roy Street in order to access the Cigar Experience parking lot or the additional lot north of the alleyway, which, you know, if we have parking overflow. Now, we don't know if there's going to be parking overflow. I'm assuming it will be because it's going to be sexy. So, but if there is, we have spoken with the village in regards to making accommodations for that as well. Now, the limited live entertainment is only for indoor purposes only. It's going to be individual live performers in a small group setting within the interior of the lounge. Sound will not exceed local ordinances, nor exceed 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Frequency is probably monthly. And if anyone has ever went to Potbellies and somebody was performing there with a guitar or with a violin, this is what we're looking for. Remember, grown and sexy. No bands, no DJs, no outdoor music, festivals, parades, concerts, any of that nature. Chill, classy, warm, and inviting experience with the name. Now, the Cigar Experience LLC is a neighborhood smoke shop, cigar lounge that will be located at 3246 Ridge Road in Lansing, Illinois. We're looking to create a unique environment that enlists neighboring organizations to assist in supplying our patrons with food, drink, and entertainment from within the community. We're going to be involved in the sale of cigars, cigar-related accessories, prepackaged snacks, and non-alcoholic drinks. We will sell cigars, cigarillos, premium cigars, lighters, portable humidors, etc. Anyone who smokes a cigar knows when you go into a cigar lounge, you can pretty much get anything that an aficionado who smokes cigars would want. This will also be accomplished in a conducive environment that is specifically designed for relaxing, socializing, and networking. The experience is designed and constructed to meet the safety standards as recommended by the local and state authorities. Our customers are considered clients who will always be treated with good vibes, incredible ambience, and will also have provisions of indoor live music, outdoor putting range, golf, and everything that they want in regards to this experience. Our extended plan will be to make this our flagship location with future opportunities, but that comes later on in the years to come. But we will host several interior events throughout the year, such as, but not limited to, wine and spirit tasting, which we're going to get some of the community patrons and investors who have businesses, such as wine tasting, to actually come in and actually do wine tasting in our experience. cigar rolling. We're going to do a Mother's Day brunch. We may have Father's Day brunch. We may have fundraisers. So we're trying to get back to the community because from my experience with smoking cigars, it's a great networking opportunity for people of all ages that are looking to expand, looking to meet new people, looking to meet new friends, looking to forge new relationships. So this is what we're trying to provide. Now, the food and beverage aspect of it, we'll provide a safety option for food and BYOB utilizing a separate POS system. Now, you're probably scratching your head like I was at one time and say, how am I going to use a separate POS system? So what that means is, again, going back into the community, utilizing like beggars, utilizing like certain restaurants in that area, they're going to utilize their POS system. So when you visit the cigar experience, there may be a QR code that you scan, it goes to their POS system for you to order directly with them, which puts money back into the community. The same thing with liquor, like alcohol. So we might go to a particular beverage facility within the community that serves alcohol or sells alcohol, and they'll be using their POS system instead of our POS system. If someone wants to purchase, a bottle of Jack Daniels or maybe some Blanton's or some bourbon or some tequila, whatever you want. Now, in regards to the safety aspect of that, we're going to have seal-proof bags. So it's not like, I wouldn't say seal-proof, we're going to have tamper-proof bags. So meaning if you ever went on a vacation, you ever went to the duty station, or not duty station, but duty-free, and you actually purchased some liquor or some cigarettes or some cigars, they put them in this bag and they have a seal. If you break the seal, let you know you broke the seal, then you're in trouble. It's the same thing with the cigar experience. Now the VIP members can actually utilize their lockers, quote unquote, their lockers, to actually store their alcoholic beverage or whatever they want, their cigars, they can store their lighters, they can store whatever they want that they want to utilize when they come to the cigar experience. Now, the next steps after today would be hopefully we can try to open late August, early September if possible, but we will allow, if you would allow us to bring a new experience to the people of Lansing, we would greatly appreciate it. Now, I drew this picture, please don't shame me, but I've tried to give a visual, let me pass. The premier destination for sophisticated South suburbanites is the cigar experience. And I just want to thank you all for letting me do my presentation. Sorry. Any questions?
Trustee, I feel like this is necessary because for many of us up here, this idea of a cigar lounge is foreign and new. As a cigar connoisseur myself, what Elijah is trying to do here is not foreign or a new concept. It's a very common concept, especially in Illinois, which does not allow alcohol sales within cigar experience or food sales. And so the workaround within Illinois is a BYOB concept in order to make it work. And so, Elijah, I do give you credit because this is, most cigar lounges tend to be grown in your word because cigar smoking is not a cheap habit. It's a premium product, but your illustrations are a step above that, so I appreciate that. But I just want trustees to know that this concept is not foreign to other cigar lounges in our state. Across the border, the cigar lounges are allowed to offer their own food and alcohol. So what Elijah's proposing is not something that's new.
Elijah, I know there's a place in Flossmoor too.
Yes.
The embassy.
The embassy.
Yeah.
They do the same thing with separate POS systems. Actually, to give them credit, that's how I learned of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because I know that's a premier cigar
Yes.
lounge.
Yes.
And it's in Flossmoor.
Flossmoor, correct. It's called the embassy.
I wanted to just also remind the board that the BYOB aspect of this is not what's being presented here tonight. That was not heard by the BZBA. We're here to deal with the special uses and the variances that right now Lansing does not have. We don't permit BYOB. However, we're well aware that this was Elijah's game plan on part of the business plan. So that will be presented when the redevelopment agreement for this location is brought to the board, quite possibly at the next committee of the whole meeting. So I'm glad that you're disclosing it. It puts a little bug in everybody's ear, but tonight it's a bit more consideration for the cigar lounge itself and the outdoor seating and the outdoor amusement and live entertainment. So I know we have, I guess I want to give everybody a chance to ask Elijah any questions because Maura's going to come up and present the village's vetting of this request. And I think there's actually a more detailed site plan that we're going to review. And Maura and Elijah might even want to tag team it. So if there's any other questions, if not, we'll bring up Maura.
I have questions. Thank you. Yes, thank you for coming to Lansing. Considering you were or are a Maywood resident, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, was a Maywood resident.
Okay.
My wife forced me outside.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. This will be the first. Is it the first?
Yes.
Okay. What are your? So I do have some questions. I'm not into cigars, but I do have family members and a lot of friends who do this. So what are your hours, and then would you be written this out for private parties because you have a lot of different sections that can be utilized, the law, the outdoor. Would this be something you can rent for private parties?
I haven't determined that yet. Right now, it's specifically a cigar lounge.
Okay.
So I haven't even thought about that. I'm trying to get it off the ground. I'm trying to grow it, trying to build it. I'm trying to look for the hours as well for you. Thank you, sir. But yeah, so I haven't actually even thought about that long term.
Oh, never mind. You already, I got it right here.
Okay.
Your hours. And this is your first, you said your brother has one, right?
No. I said my brother. My brother introduced me into a Romeo and Juliet, the stale cigar from a liquor store.
Okay.
It was stale.
It was stale, definitely. That was my first cigar experience.
Just one question for me. Forgive my ignorance, but what's a POS system?
Point of sale. So it's like when you go into a restaurant, not a restaurant, but a store, restaurant, so and you scan the item, it's a point of sale system that's usually, it generates like a UPC code or a number, and it attaches a product and a price to it.
So you have to be working with a different business that have them bring in their whatever system they need in order to do sales.
So I will be working with a different business, such as, a liquor store or such as like maybe restaurants and things like that. They'll have their own POS system. So there's a way for you to take a QR code and scan it, and it'll go directly to however you program the QR code to whatever restaurant, to whatever liquor store, and they'll actually be able to place an order using that QR code. But that order would initially go directly to that restaurant or be processed by that restaurant or that liquor store.
Understand. Thank you.
Fabian, I think we're looking for the supplemental.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. Elijah, just a quick clarification point. Being a lounge, I've seen two types of lounges. Lounge 1 is premium cigars, humidors, things of that nature. Lounge 2 is cigars, vape, hookah. So are you more lounge 1?
Grown and sexy.
Is it important to look?
Yes. So no hookahs, no vapes, no anything like that. I'm trying to attract the grown and sexy, the more mature. I'm trying, and it's not necessarily based off of just what you spend on a cigar, because we'll have everything from punch, which is $8, $7, all the way up to Monte Cristos, or all the way up to Davidoffs, which could be $60, $80. So it just depends on your flavor. So cigar. They be good though. They be good.
I don't have a question, but I do, as an employee of the bank next door, I did go to the planning and zoning meeting with a few concerns and questions, and with your presentation there, you answered and calmed any of the concerns that we had at the bank, so I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we want to be a part of the community, but we don't want to be a burden to the community. So thank you.
We're excited to see the conference.
Excited. Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring up Maura. We're going to our planner, and she's going to take you to the site plan, which I think will help you visualize what's going to be here at 3246 Ridge Road.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening, Village Board and Mayor. First, to distinguish, we do actually have a separate category that addresses hookahs and so forth. So the way that this ordinance was written was very specific for cigar and cigar only. So that was one, when we redid the zoning ordinance, that was a specific item. So if anybody else has any concerns, that was specifically why. So before you this evening, the address is at 3246 Bridge Road. It was previously a single-family residential property. There will be a number of both interior and exterior improvements to this. I will run through some of the special uses, and as well as then the site plan as well. One, it is a special use request for a cigar lounge. This will be our very first one. This was actually a use that was implemented when we did the overhaul of the uses a number of years ago. Outdoor seating, kind of backtrack. Because this is a new use, a lot of our uses and our parking and so forth, we don't have for cigar lounges. So we tried to look at our codes on the best way to apply very similar uses that we might find in some things like restaurants. So for one, the next special use is that for outdoor seating, and that outdoor seating is adjacent to this area right here. As was noted, it will be completely enclosed by a fence. It will have 2 pergolas, as well as then in your packet, you have some additional information showing the different landscaping items that will be there to kind of further define the area. The next is that outdoor amusement. There is a putting green, as was noted right here. This is the outdoor amusement special use that is required because it is not contained within the building, but actually just north of the garage there as well. The other is indoor live entertainment. And the indoor live entertainment, as is noted, relates to the actual live music that would be provided. This was a little bit different. We generally come here with a lot of special uses for live entertainment, but this one's different in the way that we looked at it based on the type of music, the frequency of it. So a lot of the conditions that were considered and put on by the Plan Commission are very similar, except one that we did have a conversation with the police as well was relating to security, modifying it as the ordinance to give us the opportunity to not require it, even though they had indicated that they would have some level of cameras on site, but as need be, kind of that check-in, and if we need to modify or adjust any of the requirements related to the live entertainment security, that gives both the village and the property owner the right to come back. Also, the other request that we have here is for parking variation. And that is relating to this back portion here. Currently now, there is a drive that extends here and relates to the extends right to the alley. None of this is improved currently now. It is grass. We did have many iterations. It was, I think, a collaboration, I'd like to call it, between the village as well as then the architectural team to ensure that we did protect that drive aisle that was along the bank to the east. Parking requirements is that you have a 7-foot parking perimeter. So there's a 7-foot of green space here and 7-foot of green space there. We were concerned with the overhang of vehicles, particularly this is the actual drive aisle that goes to the ATM, as you can see. What we had done is we had worked with the applicant to go ahead and provide additional green space on the east side, which then resulted in a smaller green space on the west. So that is the parking variation when it comes to that setback that was required. And we look at it, one, because of the unique site, it's only 60 feet wide to provide all the green space, as well as in the parking depth in the stalls. That kind of makes it a very unique situation. The reduced green space is very common in our downtown area, and generally in most locations we do not see that. As it relates to parking, again, this was a different way of looking at it. We looked at, it wasn't retail, because retail would really require very minimal, but it kind of lent itself more to a restaurant in terms of how to look and how it feels. People will come, they will stay for a number of hours and so forth, so trying to find that hybrid. The zoning ordinance does allow for us to look at similar type uses when we don't have it listed. So we took the occupancy of all the individual spaces that were identified by the applicant, came up with the total number. They are not providing that total number on site, but however your code does allow in your central business district to reduce the number of parking spaces to create that more of that downtown feel. And just north of it is a parking lot, as well as then further north as well. As I noted, there were some both interior and exterior improvements to this property. Interior obviously is modifying it from a residential use to a commercial use. Exterior also has bringing more of that commercial type look and feel to the property itself. Okay, that is about parking. As we had noted previously discussed about the liquor consumption. And one of the items that we did talk about at the Plan Commission, as well as then conditioned upon, is providing some kind of landing spot. We see it a lot when we go into more fast food restaurants where we have a mobile drop-off pickup area, trying to find that as a designated location. As you can see, previously vehicle access was provided on Ridge Road for the site entirely. They are now providing a gate here, which would eliminate the increased traffic on Ridge Road. With that, we are looking at potentially locating some type of a mobile drop-off or something in this particular location for those delivery drivers to know that it's designated, and yet then they're not taking up any of the potential spots in the rear of the property. The Plan Commission did have a number of conditions. Most of them were just relating to the operation, specifically to the live entertainment component of it, as well as modifications of the site plan related to the mobile pickup. And I'm here if you have any particular questions.
I know we're not at this point yet in the approval process, but just a question just from everything. So the intent would be not to allow, if we move BYOB, they're not allowing people to bring their own alcohol. It must be purchased through the bus system linked to a retailer within our community.
Yes, that's correct.
And that retailer, is that an arrangement been made yet to assure?
No, we're working the logistics with that as well. I will be getting with Dan to arrange all that. He knows a lot of the retailers and things in the community. We'll be working hand in hand with that to get everything as far as the logistics situated with that.
The house will not be used as a residence at all?
No, there's going to be an upstairs because we can only have on the first floor. But right now we're focused mostly on making sure the cigar lounge, which is the first level, is actually working and actually up and running.
Elijah, I'm curious to know, when you do the POS system and you serve your bourbon or what have you, is it being delivered like Uber Eats? How do they get it?
So that's also part of logistics. It won't be delivered through Uber Eats, quote unquote, but when I speak with the actual, business owners within the community, we have to work hand in hand. So it might be a couple of days on their slow days, they can have somebody deliver it. On their busy days, we can come and have somebody pick it up. But we're trying to create a community where we're sharing.
So how does it work at the other location, the Baltimore location?
So the Baltimore location, pretty much similar. So what they did was they had a liquor distribution company that's located in the area, and it'll be similar to what we're planning on doing. You won't be able to just go onto a QR system and pick out 1,000 liquors. So it'll be dedicated, maybe 10 bourbons, 5 tequilas, 5 vodkas. We also want to introduce into like wine, so we have some wine vendors within the community and things like that. So when you go on there, it'll be a specific brand or specific number. So it wouldn't be like unlimited. So how they do theirs, they have a distribution center. Their distribution center, or the people that they go through to distribute the actual liquor, only may have 20 or 25 of it.
So the food would be like that for food too?
Yes. Okay. So like if you do beggars, yes, I throw that out there because beggars are right down the street. But if you do beggars, you'll be able to order the meat lovers. You can order the vegetarian, but you won't be able to order a full menu. Because with a POS system, if we're going to program it or they're going to program it, that takes, one, a lot of revenue, and then two, that takes a lot of resources. So we just want to keep it simple, and then we'll grow with the community as we grow with the experience.
So the plan to access from the north of the parking area, but is there also the existing sidewalk and then coming to the front as well?
Yes, you're going to have a sidewalk. Now, in the front portion of the actual building, that will be the emergency entrance, but where Mara is pointing, that's going to be the entrance going from the north. So once you park in the parking lot, you can go into that entrance. Now there's, in the front where the gate is going to be, there's going to be an entrance right there as well. So if even you want a delivery for your food, you can come in that way as well. If you are a patron, you want to come in and purchase a cigar or have a smoke, you can come in that way as well. So we're not preventing, I know the alley, I believe, is going one way, so we're not preventing anyone from obtaining access to the facility.
So if there's split traffic, let's just say there's a Fox Point event of some sort, and people walking down the street for ice cream, and now they want some checks out the car zone. So they're on the ridge, they're not walking in off the ridge.
No.
They're
walking, they have to walk through the gate, through the back, so they're not walking in off the bridge.
They can, correct, but the pedestrian gate is here,
It's
so
here,
it's
yeah.
still, and that was the one key that we had worked on, is we wanted to keep that pedestrian foot traffic that you would typically see in the CBD. So that's why we kept the sidewalk and provided that pedestrian access. But I think what he's mentioning is that previously to access the single-family home, would be the south side, the south facade. That no longer would be. So they would have to come through the gate and then to the rear. So you still get that very lively retail pedestrian type feel, foot traffic that you're looking for on Ridge Road. That has not changed.
Ice cream and stogies. I can see the marketing campaign. Are there any other questions at this point? I really want to thank both Elijah and Maura, and you see the value, we put a lot of time into this, and you see as Maura was going through the site plan and ticking off, the features like the fencing, the extra landscaping on the east side. You see Elijah nodding his head. We spent a lot of time on this together, staff and the petitioner, and that's why when we get something planning and zoning, we get something here, we're really trying to submit the questions that the board's going to have, so that you get a presentation that hopefully is is acceptable in most cases. So really kudos to both Elijah and Maura, which just kills it on our flag reviews. All right, so what we'd like to do is we'd like to get these special uses and the variance on the next agenda for consideration. If the board is ready for that. Yes. Okay. And then we would potentially, then at the next COW, we would potentially have redevelopment agreement and the consideration of how we would do the BYO. Okay. So our next meeting is going to be August 19th. So that's when these things will be on for a vote, and then we'll have to meet with you, Elijah, obviously, before then. I think you're still working on your cost estimates.
Yes.
So we'll try to see if we can get that done for August 19th.
Gotcha.
If we're going to hit that late August, early September opening.
All right.
All right. Very good. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next special use request is for truck repair and truck and trailer sales. This is GAC Star Quality at 168 Chicago Avenue. And again, I appreciate your guys' patience. I know it's been a long night this evening. We still got a ways to go. So these guys have been operating truck repair operations at this yard for a while. This was a permitted use before in 01 when the village made our zoning ordinance change, which Maura was referencing a little bit earlier. We made truck, basically truck sale, repair. We're servicing a special use in the M1. So GAC proposed expanded use. They're building out the west side of their lot and also proposing the truck and trailer sale. That's what necessitated the special use. So on behalf of the petitioner, we have Fred Thate and Attorney John Argadelis. Gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm John Argadelis, and Fred Thate, he's going to put us through his presentation. The applicant's here as well. We just didn't have to stand up here the whole time. He's sitting right here, so we will be available for questions as well. So, but I think what we're asking for has been well explained already. So, Fred, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and explain, just to give you visual references to where we're talking. The site is that area in red. Obviously, everybody knows where we are right now, down there in the lower left. So it's literally a driving distance away, close by. The one of the things that Dan had mentioned was some improvements that have been made to the site. So I'm not sure what the original use of this property was. I think it was maybe landscape supplies or something like that. But what it had in it was it had an area that was concrete and an area that was just gravel. So with all the activity that these gentlemen are doing with moving trailers, moving trucks, weather beating on it, what they've done is they've turned around and they've made this entire thing concrete. So the area that is in red is now all concrete and not just a combination of concrete and gravel. While doing that, one of the items that village staff had asked us to look at is to make sure that there was an area that was paved up at the front. They wanted that converted back into a green space. So there's green area been added to the front, concrete pavement been added to the back. All truck and trailer activities, storage will be to the rear. There may be the occasional truck that will be in the front, but that is 100% temporary. The way that these guys operate, when a truck is brought in for repairs or a trailer brought in for repairs, it's often brought in after hours, and it is left up front. And then as soon as they get open in the morning, they move it to the rear. The same thing happens when a customer may need to pick up a truck. It may need to be picked up in the later hours, just the way that these trucking businesses operate. So it may be left up front and then removed. But the intent is to not have any storage of equipment, trucks, trailers in the front of the building. I don't know if I guess I'm going to be short, brief at this point in time and let you guys ask questions. I think, again, Dan explained it, it's pretty straightforward. These guys have been operating, and it was a change in the zoning code that now triggers this to be a special use. Oh, I guess Maura may want to talk before I open it up to questions.
Tom, please.
Right, I know one of the things, Maura's going to probably bring this up, but I know one of the things that we're hoping the guys might be agreeable to is when a truck gets dropped off by a customer in the evening, we're wondering if instead of having it parked in a north-south manner across the parkway in front of the building, we're wondering if there's enough room for it to go east-west on the south end of the property. We're wondering if that's a possibility, because that property really just butts up to the land of frost. There's like the grassy area. We're just wondering if that's a possibility to designate
No,
that.
it's not. We did, I'm sorry, Kyle. So it's not because we install a curb, which is higher, so the trucks are not able to pass the area of the land of frost.
No, I think they're talking on your
Yep.
side. Where's your fence? Like you have a security fence.
It's right, it's right about there, right? Mhm.
Okay, so basically, like this area, it's a land of frost area.
No, that's on
No,
your
that's
side.
yours. That's yours. We're talking about here, and for everybody's information, I'm referring to the photo in the packet from the PZBA, which has the front look, and we're referring to the portion just south of the building. So here's land of frost in this area here on your property.
We usually tell all of our customers if they come later than normal business hours to park in the front of the building. There is a country area where they can drop the truck, not in the front of the gate.
Yeah, that's something that we'd like to discuss with you. So I'm gonna let Maura go through the village review of the petition, but that's something we want you guys to get some thought to.
Thank you. As noted, this property is at 16830 Chicago Avenue. This business has been in operation since 2019. Prior in 2019, truck repair was a permitted use at the time. In August of 2023, when we updated the zoning ordinance, truck repair, truck storage, all became a special use at that time. With the expansion and the modifications to the back here, even though it's considered legal non-conforming, this gave us the opportunity, because they were expanding and changing and modifying the use in the back, to bring it into conformance through consideration of the special use. So as noted, that there were some revisions and modifications, additional concrete and curbing to the rear to offset some of the requirements that were previously, as it has always been paved side to side, was to look at kind of increasing in that streetscape along Chicago Avenue by identifying particular locations that we could revert back to green. Also, in addition, they requested a special use for truck sales. This was a new use that we allowed in the M1 district with our update in 2023. We see a lot of these individual or smaller, I would call it truck sales, where they don't have a large volume per se as a regular traditional truck sales, but rather if you sell so many through the state of Illinois, you have to have a sales license, especially through the state, which then prompts to make sure that you're compliant with village code, which then therefore they would need a special use. The applicant has indicated that the sales were primarily those trucks that they have repaired and so forth, and then they have particular customers that are looking to purchase that. There's a lot of discussion at the Plan Commission regarding the truck sales, as well as then location and so forth. In relationship to their truck repair, there was a lot of discussion, as noted in here, about keeping all the trucks in the rear behind. There is a fence in this area. There's traditional auto parking on either side, as well as then with the truck sales, no advertisement, not making it look like it was a used truck sales lot. So no attention-getting devices and so forth, and all of those trucks would be kept in the rear. As I mentioned, also that the Plan Commission, just to show the good faith that the applicant has had, is that they did have some vehicles that were inoperable, that were outside the fencing. The Plan Commission did state that they had 4 weeks to remove it. I did go by, as well as Administrator Pragorski did, and they did clean up. So they were very responsive to that. But in relationship to Chicago Avenue, a number of the Plan Commissioners did cite concern in wanting to keep those off of Chicago Avenue. We've looked at codes and various codes and also enforcement. I think that I had spoke to the attorney as well earlier last week, talking about opportunities to go ahead and require them to just simply back up if it's in the early mornings and the first one comes in, as opposed to having it parked, which was not directly on Chicago Avenue pavement per se, but along in the right of way. So there are some conditions that were placed on there, as I would say that we would remove the one about the removal of the disabled vehicles within 4 weeks, because that has been satisfactorily addressed. But the Plan Commission did give a favorable recommendation with the conditions as outlined in the report.
And I do want to add that I did have a sidebar with my client, and he wasn't quite understanding what you were saying, but it is very feasible because the fence is placed back where the truck could be dropped on the south side, as you suggested. So that's feasible.
That sounds good. I appreciate it. And I went out there, looked at it, and I thought that there was enough land for it. So appreciate you guys willing to do that. Yeah, that's something we can, if once in a while somebody forgets to park it there and there's something in front, we're not going to come out guns blazing and issue citations, but we would like it if your company policy is to have them come in on that south side and keep, we're really, as the village reconstructs and widens Chicago Avenue, we want to keep that curbing and the landscaping that you guys are adding, we want to keep it looking good. Thank you.
We also have a lot of trucks that were in the night time, they come to deliver it to London Frost. They just park on the front because they see a empty spot. So it can be not only our customers, it can be too.
It'll be a work in progress, we understand that. We're, before the widening and reconstruction takes place, we're going to get everybody together, Landon Frost, you guys, everybody who's an owner there, we're going to get everybody together to talk through the engineering, and it's going to require some notification, and it'll require some changing of habits, and I'm sure it's not going to be perfect, but if we're all willing to work together, I'm sure we can get there, so thank you. Thanks, John, for having the sidebar. Any questions? Okay, if not, the board good with this, we'll have this on the August 19th agenda for consideration of the approval of special use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, last item I have tonight is a bit of housekeeping. taxing bodies and school districts are obviously aware of this. We agreed to refund 2 years of tax extensions to those districts. We're going to actually do it for all the taxing districts. So again, this is a little bit of a formality, but the village has to formally approve of the extension that we asked for ourselves. Very clear, anything
No, I think as Dan said, General Assembly approved, this just puts into play and is a formality.
Any questions from the trustees? Okay, if not, we'll get this on the agenda as well for August 19th. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the village attorney's report, Mary Claire.
Good evening again, everyone. I'll point you to, this is regarding the True by Hilton, a third amendment to the TIP RDA. The first document in the packet is the assumption of a redevelopment agreement. In essence, what this does is the village had entered into the redevelopment agreement with Louisville, who sold the property to 17130 Torrance LLC. Village, when this happened with the new LLC, had completed their due diligence and background to assume the redevelopment agreement. This is just the actual agreement that allows for the assumption of it. I'll wait to move on to the third amendment if there's any questions on the assumption of the redevelopment agreement by the LLC. Okay. So turning to next documents, I'll point you first to the actual third amendment document. The overarching, the third amendment is needed for the village to have the ownership of the bank parcel and the eventual demolition of the bank parcel. This amendment also includes in your packet the information from the Cook County Assessor regarding the division of the pins. I will point you to Exhibit C of that packet. I think that's, or Exhibit D rather. I think that's the best example of how the pin is being divided. So the pin will be divided into three. There will be the hotel pin, the bank pin, which the village will retain ownership of, and then the drive aisle. What this third amendment does is the True Hotel will have ownership. They will own and maintain the drive aisle. The village will maintain access to the drive aisle. The hotel will just be maintaining it, and the village will also own the bank parcel. The other area within this third amendment is the actual demolition of the bank property on the bank, which I know has been discussed earlier in this meeting. The terms of that is that the developer will contribute $200,000 to demolition costs. The village will have until December 31st, 2025 to actually complete the demolition. And as for that, I'll take questions more specifically in Administrator Podgorski if you want to add, but I'll open it to the board from there.
I just wanted to add, just again, it's been a while since we reviewed the terms of this redevelopment agreement, and the project cost was at the time $13,545,400. The village agreed to a reimbursement of 31.8% or $4,300,000 of that cost. To be funded through incremental taxes, incremental property taxes at 100% rate through years 1 through 3, 70% of the increment years 4 through 7, and then 50% of the increment in year 8 until payment of the available incremental tax obligation. In addition, contribution of the incremental hotel taxes that the True creates at a rate of 100% of those motel taxes in years 1 through 3, 90% in years 4 through 10, and 50% in year 11. So That was negotiated probably 7 years ago, prior to the pandemic, when it was Louisville and Samiro County. So again, it has the Torrance and 172nd Street tip is now dissolved, and the North Torrance tip has been created. The assignment of this RD now goes to the new tip. So I do want to introduce Tom Goleb, who's with RE Development Solutions. RE has taken over the assignment of the RDA for Louisville. I want to be very clear that the village is extremely happy to be working with Tom in RE Development Solutions. Much easier to work with than the previous developer at Louisville. Tom's inherited a project that's had its fair share of difficulties, and wanted to give you a chance, Tom, just to meet the board again, and maybe if you could, just give us an update on where the construction is.
Sure, love to do that, Dan. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and trustees. Tom Goleb, I'm the CFO at RE Development Solutions. We're a family-owned business located in Long Island, involved in just real estate. We own and manage over 1.5 million square feet of office and industrial space, mostly in the Chicago area. This is one of our first hotel projects, one of 3 that we're actually marketing. The history of the project is in 2019 when the property was originally acquired with the bank building, the drive aisle, and the parking lot all together. And it didn't make sense to try to build a hotel on that site, so they worked on splitting the components up. And through a series of events, starting with the pandemic, which really shut down the hospitality industry for 2 or 3 years, took us a little bit of time to get re-going and get the banking markets back in tune. But once we got started, we ran into a series of other problems. So Dan and the team here, more have been fantastic to work with. We're excited to finally get the project off the ground. We started construction about 2 months ago, and so we're starting to go full force. Typically, we would wait to get all these documents signed before we would put a shovel in the ground, but I think we've built a good relationship with Dan and his team here that we felt confident that we wanted to keep moving this project along and get the building built as quickly as we could. Excuse me. Any questions or?
What are you thinking on a timeline for construction? I know that's what everyone's asking that.
I think at this point we're told late August next year, if everything goes well. But so
I noticed things were kind of shut down a little bit there, but are things moving forward a little bit more?
Mayor Hardy, we had so many issues with unknown things that have kind of cropped up, whether it's utilities. As a matter of fact, one of the longest problems we had is there was a ComEd line that ran through the middle of the property that shut us down for basically 9 months. And so that had to be relocated and going through the process. And part of our request as we go through this is really cleaning up the site, not only the bank building, but also the hotel site to make sure that we have easements in the right place. Utilities are located where they're supposed to be so that it's a developable site going into the future. But at this point, we have kicked off construction and we're moving along reasonably well. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
I remember back when we had first talked a long time ago, there had been quite a bit of interaction with the residents along the west side of the property line as far as what the hotel would look like, what things would look like outside their window, where we talked about tree placement and different things and line of sight, all of that. So my question is all of that work staying the same as we had discussed with the...
Oh, nothing has changed. Everything that was approved that we had talked about before is still part of the plan. There's nothing that's going to be moved. It's just simply been delayed as a result of finding other problems that we had to overcome.
So as a new developer of the project, you're going to continue on with the same plan that had been previously approved?
Oh, yes.
It's done by you and not Louisville?
Completely our plan. What was approved by Warren, the engineering folks, and the permits that we were issued is the same project that we talked about when it was launched here years ago.
So as far as the sequence of events, what do you envision happening? I mean, it sounds like the utility thing had to be handled first.
Right.
So then what do we anticipate being like? Procedurally, there has to be some things apparently approved by us, but then demolition happens to the bank building.
So part of the redevelopment agreement, the amendment that we've made, it's in our best interest to see the bank building handled in some satisfactory way. We think the best solution is to demo it and really repurpose the property. I think the village is very interested in a similar outcome, so we're happy to contribute to the property, give the property back to the village, and contribute some money to help bring it down. The intent is to get that done by the end of this year, this calendar year.
I understand. That's all I have.
Attorney, can you clarify, the pin on the back will be required by the village? You said we were requiring this?
Yes, the village will give us
So it was still split, and so we'll be responsible for the property?
Yes, and so just I'm describing a piece of paper. The bank property is the village, it's hard to see, but the drive aisle will be owned and maintained by the developer as well as the parcel for the hotel.
I have a question for Mr. Pavlovsky. Is the intent for the village to, after the bank building is demolished, to reconvey the property to the hotel house company, or the plan for the village to potentially develop it ourselves?
The plan is to redevelop. We obviously want to do something that is complementary with the hotel, but it's kind of been, we've showed it along with RE and Louisville to lots of different interested parties, and just really couldn't get anybody interested in it. It's, the bones aren't terrible, but it's going to need a lot of investment, and we just really couldn't find somebody interested in it. So, with some of the other development we have in the area, we saw value in retaining the site. Tom and his company were in agreement, and so we came to an agreement on terms of what the demolition will look like. So it'll be the village's option to then redevelop.
Thank you.
Yep. So, and again, Tom, thanks for this cleans up a lot of things. We want a lot here with this amendment, assignment of the RDA, getting the main building taken care of, getting the Penn division and assignment of the drive out. So these are a lot of loose ends that we're hanging out there, and we're getting them all wrapped up here tonight.
Thank you and your team for your help.
Thanks,
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the board's good with this, then we'll also have this on the agenda on August 19th. Okay. Very good. Back to you. Anything else?
That's all for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Finance and HRC, Trustee Smith.
I have no items for the committee there.
Thank you, Trustee. Moving on to Airport and Insurance, Trustee Smith or Trustee Valencia.
I have no items for this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to Fire and Economic Development, Trustee Potter.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one item tonight. I'd like to introduce and welcome Roy Estevez to the Village Board. Mr. Estevez is going to be looking to enter into a proposed letter of interest for a proposed Mr. Stick's Restaurant at 3341 Ridge Road. At this point, I'll turn things over to Administrator Pavlovsky to give us some background and introduce Mr. Estevez.
Thank you, Trustee. Go ahead, Roy. First, you guys come up. So the proposal here is for consideration of the village-owned unit at 3341 Ridge Road. This is the 4-unit business condo that sits at Ridge and Ada. The northeast unit was previously occupied by Cole & Young Jewelers, as you can see in that picture there. The village acquired the northwest unit via abandonment about 3 years ago. The village has minimal investment in the property since then. Known Roy Estevez and Crystal Moreno for quite some time. I know they have a business. I don't want to steal all their thunder because Roy's going to take you through it. They're local business owners and been involved in a franchise in the city of Chicago. And I'd like to bring a version of it here to the village of Lansing. Again, for a lot of the reasons that Elijah Goodwin is interested in the 3246 property because of all the foot traffic, the downtown ambiance, the Fox Point attractions. Roy and Crystal are interested in this unit for a lot of the same reasons. So I want to introduce Roy Estevez, Crystal Moreno. Roy, tell us about yourself, your project, and how you got here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. My name is Roy Estevez. This is my wife, Crystal Moreno. We're from Cal City. Actually, we've been in the daycare business for about over 10 years. That's how I met Dan. Actually, I met his dad first. He's a lovely guy, by the way. He used to do our taxes and so forth and so on. Then we met Dan. And then Dan stopped doing our taxes, which we miss him dearly. But he moved on to obviously bigger, better things. And yes, we've been business owners for over 10 years. We built daycare from the ground up. And we kind of ventured out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with or ever heard of Con Dog. It's only in downtown they offer it. It's different, very, and this is what we bring to Lansing. The keyword is different. Like I mentioned, there's only 2 locations in downtown. We want to bring it to Lansing. If you ever have time, one night time, just look it up. It's called Con Dog. It's all over social media, TikTok. Kids love it. What kid doesn't love Flamin' Hots, right? I mean, it's like hand in hand. Not only is it about Flamin' Hots, it's like a special kind of corn dog, if you will. And when I say corn dog, you guys are probably thinking just your average corn dog, right? But it's not really a corn dog. It's like, and it's hard to explain, but I'm gonna try my best. It's like a big, shiny cheese stick with a special type of sauce that they use with like hot sprinkle Cheetos, along with just not only corn dogs, but drinks that we sell as well, like lemonades, frappes, lattes. A lot of kids love popping boba. And that's something that I don't see around here. That's something different, if you will. And that's the key word we're trying to bring. Kids love it. And there's schools around there, not only schools, but opportunity for people to work, families to gather. And when you go into downtown to eat this corn dog, parking is crazy. A lot of people just skip it or they're watching their meter, their time is running. Obviously, Lansing, parking's pretty big. So that kind of like alleviates people like, oh, well, let's just stop by and enjoy it instead of looking at your clock or your watch or putting more time on your meter, if you will. With that being said, Dan has been a terrific help from beginning to end. Zoran as well has been very accommodating, letting us in for measurements and whatnot, if you will. And again, it's just something we want to bring to the community, not only that, but for children as well. They love this stuff. Like I said, what kid isn't on their phone? I mean, they take mom and dad, grandparents, we've seen, old as they are, they're there with their children. What is a corn dog? What is this? And it's all for the children. When you're not, when the grown folks do try it, they're like, wow, it's pretty good. It's really something different.
It's just a savory, different snack that you don't normally see around the area. And instead of families trying to travel very far to come find this snack, they can easily have it in your own community. Like you mentioned, there's nowhere really around that sells the milk teas, boba, drinks, frappes, something that they can enjoy with families and come in and sit down and have a different kind of snack that they normally don't have, not like a burger or a regular hot dog. We will also offer other various snacks, which is be like, I don't know if you guys know, dumplings, sorry. Dumplings, mozzarella sticks, corn dog fries, something similar we're going to offer with different toppings on top of your fries. And it's just a lot of different flavorful things that we want to bring to the community so that they can try something new, step into a new world of flavor. Also, we wanted to hopefully, with permission of the committee and you guys offer an outdoor seating area. I know that Fox Point does a lot of shows where they're able to sit outside and enjoy the music from afar, listening, drinking a boba, or enjoying a corn dog with their family. Just something similar to, I don't know if you guys know, like Gaby's has an outdoor seating area. We wanted to just offer a little bit more area on the Lansing Ridge Road where they can sit outside and enjoy the nice breeze on a cool day or the hot sun. Everybody likes to enjoy those things outside. So I just thought it would be something different and new for the community.
All right. We'd love to see restaurants utilizing our sidewalk space at Ridge Road. You're going to be located really right across from Fox Point, so great visibility at that location. So we are going to do our kind of reduced summer schedule. We don't have, we didn't have time to put together a redevelopment agreement. I know Roy and Crystal are still going through process of that and deciding what we're going to do in terms of whether or not you're going to ask for a Class H. I know we're going to be considering conveyance of the building. So we are going to be continuing to work through those things. Hope to have a redevelopment agreement to present to the board for consideration at the next committee meeting in August. If we don't get to that point, then we will certainly present some sort of an option agreement, which gives you kind of an exclusive right to negotiate with the village at this site. So you'll have some assurance that as you bring your contractors in there and as you get more invested in it, that the village is not going to pull it off from underneath you and give it to somebody else. So that's kind of where this stands right now. I want to give the board a chance to ask you some questions about the concept. Fabian, did you have another picture you wanted to show? Go ahead.
Roy, you've been doing a consult downtown. How long have you been doing that? Are you part owner, or do you manage it?
Actually, we went into the franchise, and I was given the opportunity to kind of do my own thing, kind of add flavor to the menu, if you will. And in all honesty, I believe that, the sky's the limit. You get tired of eating the same food, if you will, and we like to stand out, we like to be different. At the end of the day, we want people to experience a different experience, if you will, instead of your hot dogs, your burgers, and so forth and so on.
So a lot of the menu is going to be kind of what this is, and then expanding on it?
Correct. Yes, we're staying in the same realm, if you will. We're not going to obviously do tacos or burgers. No, we're going to do something totally a little different, if you will, just adding our touch of flavor, if you will.
No, because I know when we met, you were talking about all the flavors on corn dogs, and I believe one of them was Fruity Pebbles.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I was like, okay, I'm sure there's would love a corn dog with Fruity Pebbles on it.
Again, it's the experience of a keyword different you have to try. I know a lot of it's like, what is it, how does it taste? But it's something you have to experience and try for yourself.
I think that's a pretty cool. The intent is not to bring a franchise though for Commonwealth. You're opening your own variation of.
Branching off.
We're branching off and doing our own thing.
Administrator Vice, how do we only own a corner of the building? We own the whole building or just the corner?
We just own one unit. There's a dentist in the southeast corner, and there's another developer that owns the northeast and southwest. So it's like a 4-unit business condo. And we've inquired with the owner of the northeast unit, because Roy and Crystal would have loved to have been in both of the front units. This time they're not interested in selling. So I think these guys are willing to say, hey, let's make it happen in the one unit. I think you think there's enough space in there to do something, and you see where it goes, see where it takes you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
But yeah, it's a unique building.
What is the square footage of that unit? Is it like 1,200?
I'm going to ask you guys, because you were just in there, I honestly don't know. Do you know?
We measured 25 across by like 43 or 48 feet long.
I hope this works out. I appreciate your willingness to branch out and take care of people on something like this and doing something in the area. I've never seen this and tried it, but I look forward to putting this over one day, hopefully.
A lot of people travel from Lansing, from Cal City, from Indiana to go to these places because we're only 2 in Chicago. So we've got a lot of feedback from people. We ask where they come from. It's because it's all over social media. So kids from all over bring their parents on the weekends and they come travel. And it is a drive for a lot of people. So there's not one out here.
There used to be one 96 on the Evergreen Farm or Oak Lawn. It's actually it's closed down, but they sell the business as is. We used to be cautious. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yes.
That was another franchise. Franchisee.
Similar to it.
Yes.
And also,
We'll go downtown. I think it's on Adams.
Yes, right across from the museum park.
Yeah, right. And I thought the reviews were amazing. And the photos, I mean, people were literally wrapping around in walkers
Yes.
to get in there to get us.
Yes.
So, that there are people wanting to do this. Of course, I want to try it too, so.
Yes, that's really involved. And again, we're just trying to be different, do something different for the community, for the children. As you can see in the photos, it's like, it's the youth, I'm really old fashioned. My son worked there at the restaurant. It's just, it's something you have to experience. I'm not really a TikTok person, a TikTok guy. It's all the young, probably young youth thing. One of the things I like to do is always ask feedback. We're human, we're not perfect. Every restaurant's not going to have 100-star ratings. We're human at the end of the day, but we definitely like to correct our mistakes and try to make it a better place for everyone.
I'm excited, just want to add in, an exciting part of that is not just hot dog filling inside, you can also choose cheese inside, or people who don't eat cheese or sausage, they can choose a chicken based sausage or plant-based sausage as well, as a filler inside of there. So it's for everyone.
We have different options to fill.
Yes.
Or half cheese, half hot dog.
So just to be clear, are we talking the northeast or northwest? Yeah.
Talking the northwest unit right there on the northwest.
Yes, right.
Not the old Cole and Young Jewelers, the northwest unit. I think there was a real estate agent in there for a short time.
Very nice.
So how soon can we see Compton out there?
Well, as soon as they approve us, we get some of the beginning of the plans. I know we are working on a couple more estimates to get done, but that's something that I'd say maybe a month and a half turnaround from the time they give us the approval.
So it's gonna be calmed down at the end of the
No. So what we are renaming it to is Mr. Sticks, but we wanted to let you know what it's coming from and where it's originating out of. So we are branching out into our own that we are offering similar to the product of it.
So Mr. Sticks will be open before the end of 2025.
If they allow, that allows us to allow the committee.
Just very eager to get.
Trustees, any further questions for Roy? Okay, well, thank you both. We look forward to hearing more about Mr. Sticks and trying to tell about what they want. So, thank you.
Awesome, great. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed night, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, any further tonight?
Thank you, trustee. We're going to move on to Police and Public Works. Trustee Zalatoris.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a representative from Robinson Engineering to talk about our proposed American Legion parking lot resurfacing.
Good evening, everybody. In front of you have a memo describing the work we're proposing at the American Legion parking lot. When we sit down every year with Administrator Podgorski and village staff, Ryan Hannigan, to go over the year's project budgets and everything, what projects we're going to implement for the year. The parking lots along Ridge Road have kind of been in the background in the last few years, knowing that Ridge Road TIF was going to be expiring at some point. So we thought maybe we could tackle some of those parking lots with some maintenance projects and resurfacing. Now with the extension, that kind of went by the wayside. What we're thinking, it's a 12-year extension. We could start tackling some of these now, and then maybe tag on at the back end of that extension with some pavement sealing or any type of repairs that might be needed at the time. So as you know, there's a number of parking lots along Ridge Road, and over the past several years, the village has dedicated some significant funds to improving and adding new parking lots. We've done the Santa House parking lot, the Fox Point Auxiliary lot over by the Washington Street Garage, and so now we're just going to try to start tackling some of the other adjacent parking lots that are utilized for Fox Point and in the downtown area. So the American Legion lot is the largest, as it goes with the number of spaces, it's the largest lot. It's pretty central to the downtown area for the businesses, residents, the Legion, Fox Point, as well as the Pensy Greenway and the Park Plaza facilities. So we identified that as the first parking lot priority that we're going to take a look at to improve. And then as the years go on, we'll see where we're at with some of the other ones and what maintenance projects we can do at those facilities as well. So Fabian's going to pull up the aerial, it looks like, for the Legion lot. So the plan is to resurface the entire lot. It was constructed at 2 separate times. The drive entrance, as you can see in this photo, I think it's September of 2018. So that was actually, I think it was a year or two after it was pavement sealed. So that's the last time any maintenance had been done on the parking lot itself. The east end of the lot, which is the bigger portion, was not pavement sealed at that time. It's kind of been on an altered maintenance schedule. As I said, it was constructed at 2 different times. So right now we're planning to take a look at resurfacing the entire thing. The eastern portion is about 67% of it. So if we're going to get the crews out there to resurface that portion, we may as well tackle it. When you're dealing with the resurfacing project, it's about economy of scale. They got the equipment out there and everything. So it's not going to be too much more cost to resurface the other portion. So again, there's 94 spaces there. As you can see, it's right next to the Pensy Greenway, the Legion, and then the Park Plaza facilities. And again, it's 1 or 2 blocks from Fox Point and downtown. So this was identified as the highest priority, factors being the number of parking spaces, where it's at relative to high traffic destinations, and then the condition of the pavement. So like I said, that 2018 photo showed the pavement sealing along that drive aisle, but I was saying eastern before, the direction I was looking. The southern portion is not pavement sealed, and there's some significant potholing and heaving of the pavement in that area, so that's why we're looking to resurface that entire lot.
Steve, do we have that identified by signage as municipal parking?
There is, and that's something we're going to look at. I mean, we've had broader conversations in general about identifying where municipal parking is and how we're going to approach that. But there is one sign off of Grant Street for the larger area that it does say, it says like public parking or.
I didn't know that, so I.
Yeah, so the village is responsible for the maintenance of this lot. And that's on the Fox Point website for the parking areas. That's identified as one of the parking areas, and that is the largest as opposed to parking spaces out of all of the lots in the village at 94. Can you scroll down a little just so we can see the rest of it?
Steve, are you talking about the back of the,
Yeah.
so that parking lot?
Keep going. Keep going.
Right there?
Yeah, so this is the older area. There's a lot of significant potholing back in this corner and some heaving and just various spots throughout. So we'd be looking to resurface it, address any issues with the base, and repave the parking lot, or restripe the parking lot as well, and then we can look at some signage considerations.
Steve, do we own the whole thing? How much does the village own?
I believe the village is responsible. I believe the village is responsible for the entire lot.
Yeah, well, we're going to get a look at the agreement that we have with the Legion, make sure it's updated and extended before we spend any money on it. But a lot of these lots in the downtown area are owned by the business owners, but they're leased to the village. And in exchange for the promise that it can be used as municipal parking, then the village maintains those lots. So the post office lot, there's lots of examples of it. The lot adjacent to the old Lansing Floral is that way. The lot next to Van White is. So there's actually, well, that one is village owned. But there are several examples of lots that are not owned by the village but maintained by the village. The bank lot north by Wintrust, north of the alley, is owned by the bank but maintained by the village, and that's actually that one needs a little bit work too. So, with the extension of Ridge Road, as Stephen mentioned, this will be a priority, probably getting at least one of these parking lots redone per year in the next several years. But we will look to update the agreement so that we know, we're not going to spend money if we don't have the ability to extend the fact that it's a municipal lot.
So after review, this is the one that needs the attention the worst, so this is the first proposal, and it will be covered by TIF funds.
Yeah, that'd be
additional
the intention for with the funds.
Right. So there's no further question based on the trustees. This need to be approved officially at the next board meeting.
Yeah, we'll probably authorize the engineering and get it out submitted.
Yeah, the hope is still to do this year yet, so we have to get it in that meeting, and it'll be pretty fast moving from there.
So the next meeting, you'll have some dates then.
No, that'll be the board approving engineering and going out for bids.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate your time. That's all I have.
Thank you, trustee. Moving on to building, IT, L&N, and marketing, trustee Lamont.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple items. The building department and the fire department are going to do presentations talking about the needed update for codes.
Mayor Hardy, Clerk Perovich, Attorney Mary Claire, Administrator Podgorski, Village Board of Trustees. Thank you for giving Lieutenant Wright and myself an opportunity to present this evening. When I took over as building commissioner some 7 going on 8 years ago, we decided it was time to move our codes up. We decided at that time, we presented, and we were very fortunate that they voted our 2015 building codes in, as well as our 2014 electrical codes. In order to stay current with the updated building codes, recommendations, and accepted building practices, from time to time it is necessary to update and adopt the newer versions of the many different types of building codes. Our village is currently enforcing the 2015 edition of the building codes. It is my desire as the building commissioner, along with Lieutenant Wright, the Lansing Fire Department and Prevention Bureau, to update our building codes to the 2021 edition of the International Building Code and the 2020 edition of the National Electrical Code. This is necessary to reflect the technology advances in the codes and to help reduce home and business insurance premiums for our residents in Lansing. The International Code Council publishes building and fire along with life safety codes, and the International Electrical Committee through the process of public hearing. These code books are normally updated every 3 years. The only exception is the Illinois State Plumbing Code, which is still stuck on the 2014 book. That's because there's no technology in toilets yet. There's no Tesla toilets. We have no charging toilets yet. We have no Elon Musk bathrooms yet. I think the only thing that they did for us in the last 100 years is we moved the outhouse into our house. So other than that, clean water comes in, dirty water goes out. Updated codes and standards will have a positive effect on insurance service offices. They regulate the insurance premiums for our village and its residents. About some 5 years ago, we had a ISO audit, and I'd like to thank Robinson Engineering too, because they play a big part of it as well. And we probably got the highest rating that Lansing ever had, which kept our insurance premiums at an all-time low for all of our residents. So with that, we have an audit coming up in 2025, and we'd like to move these codes up a little in order to continue with our great score. I think I'd like to give our Lieutenant Wright an opportunity to present his fire codes to you, and then I'll try to jump back in and present the building codes to you. So, Lieutenant Wright.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all yours.
All right, so try to not make this too long, because I know it's been a long meeting. I think everybody in this room knows who I am, right? We're looking to adopt 3 different publications today. The first one's going to be the 2021 International Fire Code with our amendments, which you guys have in your packets there. The next one is we want to make sure that we're transparent and read all of the amendments tailored to the village's needs. And then lastly, the last publication is going to be NFPA 101, the Life Safety Code. So just to kind of put this into perspective for you guys, these are the surrounding communities that have similar codes adopted to the IFC. So Homewood, South Holland, Park Forest, Matson, and Flossmoor are all in the 2018. And then you have Tinley Park, who is currently on the 2021 version, which is what we're asking for adoption today. So in your packet, the first couple sections you guys are going to see is section 101, 109, and 112. These are the administrative and general provisions. So our first amendment that we're looking to get clarification on is the inserting the Village of Lansing, obviously, in that title. In the next one, we want to make sure that all of the records that are submitted via our fire protection systems are submitted via the compliance engine. So that's a service we already have set up in the village. We just want to make sure that we get that inputted into the code. And then lastly, we want to make sure that our village fee schedule is put in there as well. So this open burning and fire pits, this is kind of a new section we wanted to add. So this is going to be reference sections 202 and 307. So what we wanted to do is specify the definitions for permanent, portable, and outdoor fireplaces, and then also prohibited fires. So first and foremost, we wanted to make sure that we control the size of these fire pits. So I think let's see, dimensions are going to be 36 inches in diameter and then 24 inches in depth. And then also we want to make sure that these fires are prohibited between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. And then also we want to limit the hours to 6 hours in a 24-hour time period. Obviously, we don't think fires need to be burning at those hours of the night. The next section is IFC 506. It's for our Knox box requirements. We already have Knox box requirements in the village, but we wanted to amend this section to make sure that we specify the size and type of box that are going to be required on these buildings. And then also the number of keys and the areas that will be accessed are going to be dependent on the code official. All right, so sections 507, 09, 901, and 912 have to do with water supply and access. So first and foremost, we want to make sure that we have exterior access to this equipment, and this is going to apply to our multifamily buildings. There's a couple of buildings in town where I think the fire alarm panel or the sprinkler riser is inside the unit. We want to make sure our personnel can access that equipment by going to an outside door. So that's 507 and 09. 901 has to do with a concrete pad. So we just want to make sure there's concrete and a clear path to the fire department connection. And then sections 604 and 1008, that's about the elevators. So we want to make sure that the elevators in our new buildings can accommodate the size of our stretchers, right? I think I have the dimensions here. Yeah, so it's going to be 6 foot 8 inches wide, 4 foot 3 inches deep with a 42-inch slide door. And then lastly, we want to make sure we have emergency lighting in our larger rooms in our new buildings that are being built. All right, so this carbon monoxide detection, this is a new code that we added this year, referenced in section 915 and 1103. It refers to smoking in hookah lounges, or you can just say cigar lounges or smoking lounges in general. But the code stems from hookah because the charcoal that's used in the hookah presents a lot of carbon monoxide, and there's actually been a lot of poisoning cases. Hence why we want to add carbon monoxide detection. All right. This last one, 3106, is simply temporary use structures. This has to do with our tents, right? So if people are cooking under a tent, we think they should have a fire extinguisher. It wasn't included in the code, so we're amending it to have it included. Right. Is that for commercial, or is that even like residential, pop-up tent, they're building under it, they have to buy a signature? What's the intent on that?
I think it would be everything that requires a permit, right? So obviously we can't regulate somebody cooking under a tent in their backyard, but if they're doing it publicly, then we're asking for them to have exceptions. All right, so this is kind of an important slide here, 903, having to do with sprinkler systems. So in this section, we're asking that all occupancy classes from A to S over 1,000 square feet be equipped with a sprinkler system. So we have to specify when this is going to come into play, obviously, and we're looking at new buildings, change of occupancy, and then level 3 alterations. And if you're wondering what level 3 alterations consist of, so that's essentially where 50% of the building is being altered during a permit. So that's obviously going to be verified during the permit process with the building department.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I go to sell my house, it's over 1,000 square feet. This would require a sprinkler system to be installed to sell the house, or the person to receive occupancy permits, they have to install a sprinkler system?
No, this would just be for new builds or remodels, over 50%.
So a remodel, someone comes in and cuts a kitchen, bathroom, living room, and rebuilds it over 1,000 square feet. This would trigger a need for a sprinkler system.
So so the 1,000 square feet is only for commercial buildings. Sorry, I probably didn't specify that, but for residential house, that's going to tie into NFPA 13P. So there's no square footage threshold for residential houses, 1 and 2 family dwellings.
So any permit that's pulled for, say, installing, to renovate a house is going to trigger a requirement for a sprinkler system. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it would be, we would have to verify that the work being done to the house is over 50% of the threshold of the house, right? So you take the square footage, you could take the cost of the house and say whatever work that's being done in that package, if it's over 50% of that value, then that's when that requirement will come into play.
Is this a common thing? That seems kind of cover someone.
Yeah, there's a couple of communities surrounding us that have gone to it. It seems like a lot, but it's not really becoming uncommon nowadays.
It's becoming common?
Or it's not as uncommon nowadays. So here you can kind of see, we're going to put this cost into perspective, right? So for a residential house, around 1,500 square feet, it's going to cost about $17,000. The cost has risen lately, just due to inflation. But we got those figures from one of our recent group homes in town that installed a 13D system. For a commercial building, that was 22,000 square feet. That was around $131,000 to install a sprinkler system and a fire alarm system. And this is video report.
People die in house fires every day. Every year, thousands sustain life-changing injuries, and house fires cause more than $6 billion in property damage. Responders are vulnerable to injury, as well as contamination-related cancers and other disease. An uncontrolled home fire can turn deadly in less than 2 minutes. That's not much time to survive. Within 3 to 5 minutes after a fire has started, flashover occurs. When that happens, everything combustible in the room bursts into flames. No one survives flashover. Typically, the fire department will arrive within 8 to 10 minutes after a fire is reported. That is probably too late for any person who is still in the home. Smoke alarms will warn you that there is smoke, but older adults and young children may not be able to respond to a smoke alarm. Home fire sprinklers will actually suppress and even extinguish the fire before the firefighters arrive. When a fire starts, it produces thick, hot, poisonous smoke. If the fire is not controlled right away, the smoke spreads quickly throughout the house. Fires today burn faster and kill quicker than in the past because the contents of modern homes, including the furniture, are made of materials that burn faster, and the open design of newer homes allows fire to spread quickly. But when a home is protected by sprinklers, the fire is controlled or even extinguished right away before it can spread. Here's how sprinklers work. When the temperature from a fire reaches 135 to 165 degrees Fahrenheit, the high heat automatically activates the sprinkler closest to the fire. Each fire sprinkler works on its own. The system does not activate all at once. In 90% of fires in sprinklered homes, the fire is controlled by only one sprinkler. The fast response of home fire sprinklers prevents flashover and limits the fire's spread to other rooms. It minimizes exposure by keeping fires small and preventing flashover and structural collapse. Home fire sprinklers save lives. Protect what you value most.
All right, so trustee, this next slide kind of puts the communities into perspective who currently have this requirement adopted. So on the left here, you'll see towns like Palos, Matson, Alsip, Chicago Ridge, Flossmoor, Sauk Village, and Blue Island, along with Richmond Park and Park Forest. Those are all the communities surrounding us that have 13D adopted. So which meaning every new house that's built in that community will have a sprinkler system. What's interesting about this is we kind of already have this in the village right now. So in the international residential code, it requires you to install 13D sprinkler systems in new homes, right? So this is kind of just being transparent, asking if we're going to not amend this section out, let's go ahead and adopt 13D so these systems are installed correctly, right? On the right is the communities that currently have a 0 square footage requirement for all new buildings altogether. So we were asking for 1,000 square foot threshold. These are the communities, Hazel Crest, Homewood, Riverdale, and South Holland, who no matter what size the building is, it's all getting sprinkled.
If I can too, I think it's important to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't this isn't like you're moving and you're putting one in. This is truly for new construction and remodels over that.
Over the threshold.
Remodel.
Yes. Yeah, and again, having been in a ton of different fires, the amount of smoke and all that is generated, it's crazy. And that slide they referred to like legacy homes versus the modern home. Lansing has many legacy homes still because the legacy homes were built in like 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But it's the contents now that are in those homes. So I mean, this is really kind of something that's going to protect our residents. But also I wanted to point out that it's not penalizing. So again, you're not selling your house and we're coming in and saying, well, it's time to install that sprinkler system. That's not the intent.
Yeah, and I also, I care about public safety, and I think it matters. I also don't want to disincentivize reinvestments into our homes and our community. I don't want developers to abandon Lansing because it's too cost prohibitive to rehab a house and flip it. So there's a balance. I'm sure, of course, public safety matters, but we're already at a disadvantage in Lansing considering where we're at in comparison to Indiana and our tax burden. So, I just want to ensure that we're not putting ourselves even more at a disadvantage by making these requirements where we're discouraging developers to come and invest in our community and to make our homes more modern and more attractive. So I probably sound like oh, this guy's against public safety. Well, no, it's not the case, but you have to consider it as well as is it a discouragement of investment in our community.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say there's not a lot of open land to build new construction housing in Lansing, but I will say if a house burns down to the ground, we've had a few cases to where houses were total losses due to fires. Those houses that were rebuilt do have sprinkler systems in them. So we have done a good job with the building department and the fire department collectively to ensure those houses are sprinkled. It doesn't really happen too often outside of like our group homes and kind of like our developmentally challenged adult care facilities. But it is important.
And we're not being the trendsetter in this instance. You can see we're surrounded by a lot of communities that have already embraced this, such as South Holland, Richmond Park, Parker Forest. So this is something that's been out there to try and true, as opposed to us, kind of blazing the trail.
So, how would it affect a rehab? A house has been vacant, something comes along, as Trustee Botsy was saying, they come along, they pick it up for back taxes, and they're going to rehab the house. Is that going to trigger it, or because the home hasn't been damaged 50%? I guess, explain to me how that would work.
Yeah, sure. So like currently, if a house is vacant, right, and then they go to remodel it, and during the permit process, there's a cost associated with that total remodel, right? So say it's $100,000. If the house is worth $150,000, obviously that's more than 50% of the value. So technically, during that permit process, the house should be sprinkled.
So it's like a dollar. So much you guys go in there and say square footage.
Correct. Yeah, square footage pertains to more of commercial buildings, as opposed to the residential 1 and 2 family dwellings. Any more questions about the sprinkler system? So this next section, 907, is in relation to fire alarm systems. Without getting too deep into it, this essentially is attached to commercial sprinkler installations, right? So every building that has a sprinkler system installed is going to have a fire alarm system installed as well. And that's to monitor the sprinkler system. If it goes off, it'll alert the dispatch agency, the fire department can respond. So we're just asking for a few amendments in this section, which you'll see in your packet. The first one is that we're asking for all alarms to be addressable, and that's because the older style fire alarm systems were all zoned. And when you respond to a larger building, the zone systems can be a bit challenging because you may have multiple pull stations, smoke detectors, tamper switches all in one zone, and it's kind of hard for a person to find. So a lot of communities are just going all addressable to alleviate the search and find aspect of a fire alarm system. And the next thing is we're going to expand this to all occupancy groups. And then if you do have a fire alarm system installed, Section 907 will require you to have an exterior strobe and horn installed on the outside of the building. And then lastly, we added a section in there to require enunciation maps near the fire alarm panel. And obviously this is going to come into play once again for new construction, level 3 alterations, which is that 50% threshold, and then change of occupancy.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you badger on the light. So is this change of occupancy solely commercial, or is this residential as well?
Yeah, so when it comes to residential, that's the only occupancy, right? So this is for commercial, to simplify it.
Okay.
So going from like an assembly occupancy to a mercantile or a business to a factory or storage.
But not from one resident to another, occupying the permit, getting an occupancy permit, but it's not a corporate.
Correct. Correct. So the last publication that we're asking for approval to adopt today is the NFPA 101 Life Safety Code. This is the minimum code that's adopted by the state of Illinois Fire Marshal's Office. So they use this code to essentially to enforce code in the schools and then also daycares But essentially, it allows Lansing to kind of be in line with their requirements, as it's the state minimum, right? So this is kind of why we're asking to adopt this. So when we work directly with the state, we're kind of meeting the needs of those buildings. This is afterwards.
Yeah, we've got questions and answered at the end. If I can pass this out, this is our current amendments that we've had for decades. These are kind of like more of the chapters because the actual amendments are hundreds of pages long and they're all on our website. But I just wanted to give you all an opportunity to see these amendments. We'd like to keep all of these amendments moving forward. Here. With the adoption of new codes, I'm sure there's going to be more amendments to the codes that we have amended over the years. Currently, as our Lieutenant Randall Wright had explained, alluded to earlier, the books are the minimum code books. They're the basic minimum codes. As you see, they're all dictionary-sized code books, and it seems every 3 years they grow just a little bit larger. This is the 2015 that we follow currently now. The issue with a lot of these code books, and the reason why we're always several years in the rear and behind, is because this, for example, is the 2023 electrical code book. In September, the 2026 will be out, and then when they come up with the code book and they draw it all up and they publish it, they print it, they say this is the minimum, but this is perfect. Then when 2024 comes out, they say these are the changes to this perfect book. So it's always wise to stay a few years in the rear, because as you see, the actual changes are almost as big as the book. So they change so much. What they say is great today, a year later they scratch their head and say, maybe not. Maybe we should change this. Many years ago we came out, we first built a lot of our homes, we had that cubicle idea of keep the kitchen closed, we want to keep the living room, you know, in a little box with walls. We want to keep the dining room so that you have all the privacy, you know, when you have guests over. And then, as 2000, you know, came around, everyone started saying we need an open concept. Let's tear all these walls down. We want it all nice and open. So now you've changed, obviously, the structure of the building. So you've changed the building codes. So they went ahead and began to change the building codes, and they said, well, now I could see everyone in the kitchen, and everyone in the kitchen could see everyone in the living room and the dining room. Now we've removed all the walls, so now what do we do with a lot of this open space? So they said, we know, we're going to build islands and peninsulas that come out of the kitchen, and we'll put some chairs out there, and we'll be able to sit around. Now we need tablets, we got phones. We need a place to plug this in. If you have an island inside your home now, with the new designs, they said, well, it does us no good because we have no outlets. So then it went back to the electrical codes. Let's change all of that. We need to put outlets. Now people were getting electrocuted because you have wet hands over here in the sink. You go over to the island, now we're making dough, we're going to bake cakes, and now we plug something in. Oh, they're not GFI'd. We didn't think of that. So let's make them all GFI plugs. So then they did that. Then another 3 years went by, and they said, this is all a terrible idea. What they found is that little toddlers were crawling over and using the cord to pull themselves up onto their feet. And what they ended up doing is pulling the crock pot with boiling soup on top of themselves. So not only do they get third-degree burns on their face and body forever, they also got hit by the crock pot. I said, this is a terrible idea. Get rid of all of these plugs. We don't want no plugs on the bottom half of the islands or the peninsulas. So what do you do with all the ones we've been putting in for the last 9 years? that are already installed. So this is how the code continues to evolve and change. And then the ADA came and said, wait, well, hold on a second. What are we gonna do about the people that are in wheelchairs, for example, and can't reach up on the counter out of a wheelchair to plug anything in? So they said we gotta design something now where for the ADA people to be able to, so we gotta keep the children safe, so they're not getting injured and hurt and burned, but we gotta also help the ADA people. So they continue to evolve, and as you change the electrical code, then you change the fire code, then you change the building code, just like solar panels. Before it was real easy to put a solar panel up there, but then that affects the fire department because they've got to go up on solar panels to cut holes in the roofs. So now that affects them. It also affects obviously the building codes too. So your electrical codes have changed, now your building codes, your fire codes change, all of that has to change to coincide and work in lockstep with one another. So in a nutshell, if permitted and we do adopt these new code books, we're going to have a lot of amendments to add to this. There's a lot that's changing drastically with like solar panels, wind turbines, the Tesla chargers, batteries now. They came up with the great ideas, buy an electric car, it's all EV, plug it in, and then you have an electric car. Now they came up with the idea of, wait a minute, it's got a battery in it. So how about, again, 3 to 6 years later, they came up with the idea of, when your power goes out, the Tesla car can power your house. We'll feed the power back into your home. So now they've come up with that idea. Now, they've also come out, and I'm waiting to see in September what the 2026 electrical code looks going to be like, because they've come up with now solar shingles. So there's no sense in putting solar panels up when you have solar shingles. So we can nail solar shingles to your roof, and it'll produce the same power that, again, back to changing the fire code books, back to changing the building code books, and what they're going to nail it to and so on. Now, I've heard they started this in Florida, and we'll see how it migrates throughout the country and what states begin to install these and how that's going to affect all of us and how that's going to work. I predict that one day in the future, looking at like 2029, you'll have wind turbines in your backyard, just like you have an air conditioning unit, nice little fan blade that spins around up in the air for you, produces electricity for your home. So there's so much that they're coming out with, and it's the reason why we have to kind of keep up with these code books, but not go too far, because as you see, after they come out, the next year they're already changing them, they're already saying, hold on, this is a bad idea, we need to change it. So it continues to evolve and change with technology. So I think what I do want to stress and make sure we understand is by adopting these, if you guys are all in favor of it and we do adopt these, this will not change any of the current permits and bills that we have out there. Like the Kia, like the Hilton Hotel, the Sky Zone or Smoothie King coming up in the near future. But what it will affect is obviously newer bills of what gets proposed, in the future after that, such as what may go where the Pioneer Motel is now. So whatever we've had on the books, whatever blueprints and permits we've already issued, they would remain, so it wouldn't affect any of that. What it would affect is future bills, future plans for any new buildings and so on. So we guess kind of piggybacking what we discussed before. Over the last 3-4 years, Mary Claire from Matt's office and I have worked on acquiring, and obviously thanks to all of you, you guys deserve all the credit for it. We've worked together to acquire some 30 properties that we've demoed. You guys were all instrumental in all of that, so thank you guys. And now we do have lots for future development in terms of residential homes. Along with here, like I said, the Pioneer in the future, the bank building. So we've done a lot. We've demoed a lot of those boarded up homes. We've taken them down. Thank God we acquired the money to be able to do all of that. And now it'll be time to start building on those lots too. One home that was built prior to all of us here was about some 12 years ago. It's the second house on 178th, and I want to say, I don't think it's Roy Street, but it's the first few streets right around the school on 178th Street. It's the second house. There was an empty lot there. I don't know the reason why, but they ended up building a home. I don't know if home had burned down at some point. That was some 12, 13 years ago. And that house, they did install sprinkler systems. They ran new lines to the house, and they did install sprinkler systems in that home. And I think that was probably the last home in the last 13 years that we really built, because we didn't have this room to build. Now with some, vacant lots of the demo homes, I think we'll have, the development of new residential homes that will then have to, abide by these rules and regulations. And again, those are minimum codes. We could look at amending whatever it is that we feel should be removed from the code. And then we could make things more stringent if we wanted to as well. So I think I pretty much covered what I had. I did want to go through just some of the pictures of some of the books, as I showed earlier. These are all of the building code books. The International Building Code, we're looking to move up to 21. The International Residential Code to 21. The Mechanical Code to 21. Our Fuel Gas Code to 2018. International Energy Conservation Code, move up to the latest of that in 21. International Property Maintenance Code to 21. The Private Sewage Disposal to 21. The Fire Code to 21, as Randall had alluded to and explained earlier. The Pool and Spa Code, moving that up to 21. The National Electric Code to 2020. I have a feeling at the rate that everything is moving with solar energy and electric vehicles, that will probably be moving to this 2023 within probably a year, because technology is really taking off in the electrical industry. As I explained, the National Plumbing, the state code we keep at 2014. Our Food and Drug Administration, we move the health inspections to 2022. There are some other ones I'm looking at, and I'd like to study them a little closer. And I think with amendments, once we, if we do adopt these code books, and we do make other amendments, I think at that point, we'll look at a few other energy code books and so on in the near future, just to kind of show some of the books. They kind of look small up there, but as you see, they're 800 to 1,000 pages long. This is the Energy Conservation Code Book, our Mechanical Code Book, and this is the 2020 National Electrical Code Book. I think we're...
Yeah, I just wanted to read something to you guys real quick to kind of put the sprinkler topic into perspective. I don't know if anyone had the chance to look at the big beautiful bill that got passed recently, but there is some sprinkler language in there that does benefit business owners. So there's two critical changes in the House and Senate version of the bill that will significantly benefit the fire sprinkler industry. They more than double the size of the 179 deductions. So now small and medium-sized businesses will be able to fully expense up to $2.5 million instead of the current maximum, which was $1.3 million. This could allow property owners to retrofit almost 500,000 square feet of property and fully deduct the cost.
And Commissioner, one question I have for both of you. If these codes are adopted, what's the process that you do to train your new staff on all these new codes?
Absolutely. Yeah, so once we adopt new codes, there's constant classes that we've been going to in the past. As codes, books come out, like the 2026 electrical code will be coming out in September. They're going to have classes. I go to the electrical, I'm obviously a member of the International Association of Electrical Inspectors. We have meetings every Thursday, third Thursday of the month. So we meet over at the Electrical Union. We go through all the new codes, the ordinance, we discuss all of that. Same thing with the building. They've got a lot of classes that come out for all of our inspectors. So depending on what we adopt and what classes we're interested in, we can at that time sign up for those classes. But throughout the year, we go through a lot of those classes, and you'll see that as Sod asked once why we had, I don't know, some 7, 8 toll passes that we had gone down the interstate, and we had like 7 tolls that we paid on the way there and 7 back. And it was obviously because of the fact that we were at classes, and most of them are a little further up north, closer to O'Hare Airport. So.
Go to back the same process?
Yeah, so me and my staff, we started brushing up on these codes over a year ago. So there was a PowerPoint that came out from our plan review specialist, which we reviewed the significant changes from 2015 to 2018, and then from 2018 to 2021. So we looked at those extensively, And there's nothing riveting that's going to affect our operations, but all of my staff are up to speed on those changes.
I think it's worth mentioning that we also worked hand in hand with Kelly Reynolds, our reviewer. He reviews a lot of the large projects, and we ran all of this past him and worked with him on all of these as well. So he had a say-so in a lot of this too.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I want to suggest that we probably get together with you two gentlemen to talk through some of the amendments and when certain actions trigger the changes. I don't think I'm going to be out on too big of a limb to say there's some confusion up here right now about when an action triggers some of these changes that might be very costly. So I want to suggest we get back together and talk through and I know we have an insurance service office audit coming up in August. I know we'd like to get some of these done by then, but I'm going to suggest that we get together internally and talk through some of these things so that there's a little bit more clarity up here.
Okay.
Sure. So I think we'll report back to the board internally, and possibly we have some of these ready if we think if it's pretty straightforward. I think if there's some clarification on the amendments, there's a good chance that we might see this back on the August meeting. If that's okay.
Thank you. I have one more item on my agenda. This is talking about the addendum to the contract with the JR Technology Service.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Roll. I'm with JR Technology Services, and we're facilitating the access control portion of the project here at the police department as well as the village hall. And Davey and I had a presentation to bring up here just to kind of illustrate that process and how it's going. Some of the cleanup work that has commenced thus far and where we're at in the project.
We first say thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to talk through, I'll just kind of go over here so we can kind of get through this as fast as possible. As we've been kind of digging in with everything with doing the fob system and doing the door locks and so forth, we've had to we always talk about retrofitting, like getting things like, okay, let's get it up to standard, up to speed. And so once we're kind of took things apart, we're like, oh, boy, that's not right. So let's get it right now. So that's a lot of what Jonathan and his staff have been able to do. So
this control strike and some of the existing wiring, there's no exaggeration here, miles of cabling within the old system. So part of this whole retro project is removing some of this wiring to facilitate the installation of the new wiring. We're doing this on a door-by-door basis and coordinating that with command staff here to streamline it, but also to not impede operations here at the police department. So it just involved a great deal of removing old, dated infrastructure that was installed somewhere in 92. So part of this is basically just replacing that old technology. So here depicts the installation of the new strike, as well as the new reader, and what our wiring looks like compared to the old. So that gives you kind of an illustration there. And then also that the enclosure cabinet there is housing the access control hardware with plenty of room in that cabinetry to facilitate new hardware and/or any additions that get done on these doors. More of the same here, some old wiring versus new.
a bad hair day and a good hair day, basically. We're just kind of going through the whole, just cleaning up all this kind of mess.
Certainly, and this also will enhance the reliability. There were some older solid-state relays that were rated for continuous duty. However, our system doesn't use active relays. Essentially, it's so these relays would get warm as opposed to fail often. So our relays are only active while that door is opening, thus doesn't get hot and provides longer longevity. And after that door, also this streamlines simplification and troubleshooting. It's very straightforward to troubleshoot the system, and most troubleshooting can be done remotely. Here's this was actually a new door that we installed. The Evans technicians room.
So some of those, as you can see, they're readers, but then there's also ones that have actual keypads, because say, God forbid, there's a situation where someone gets access, say a prisoner gets loose, whatnot, and then gets, brings someone out, and now they have the fob, and they think they can go kind of through the process, but now that's a secondary line of defense, basically. It's basically like multi-factor authentication. Now you have to put in an actual 4-digit code per door, so.
Certainly, yeah, and to enhance that too, if like a cleaning person or a certain individual drops a fob on the ground outside of the building, they can't gain entry back into that building. This is where multi-factor authentication just provides that extra line of defense there for if a card gets misplaced. Here's some additional door hardware. We actually did not have any door hardware in our quote like this. We kind of took this upon ourselves to just enhance our installation and streamline the integrity of some of these doors that were failing. So in some cases, we just included some additional parts that were very, very much necessary in order to fix this. So you can see here there was just some mechanical springs inside that handle. So we just decided, it'd be best to just replace that handle, both to streamline and keep things reliable. You can see here just to depict the new controller installation. This is another area. This is actually in the back generator area of the police departments. This controls the sally port doors, garage doors with access control. This is the before, and then I'll show you after. You can see some wiring, existing wiring, and we brought that all back up to standard here. So here's our cabinetry with plenty of room for expansion. All of our cabinets look very similar to this. The more complex ones have wire management to keep everything tidy, organized, labeled, documented, which also will correlate with our documentation platform. So we have pictures and QR codes that will also be applied to the outer boxes here. So a QR code could be scanned that links us to our documentation portal, some of which is private to us, some of which is then public for command staff to be able to say, I have an issue with this particular door. They can scan a QR code that prompts a response from us, opens up a ticket as part of our active management. You can see here just clean wiring for all the locks. We'll get into the lock discussion here after this. Next slide here. So we cleaned up, this is depicting a controller that was pre-existing for the garage doors. We also kind of just re-engaged with how some of the old wiring was and just took it upon our company's time to basically bring this back up to standard. As the operation of the garage doors really ties back into the access control, and if someone's trying to access a particular area, we wanted the garage doors to be held to that standard and just as reliable. So we came back behind and just cleaned up that wiring even on the garage doors, some of which the garage door company would be essentially responsible for. However, just bringing it up to our standards and for an overall sense of reliability, we wanted to take that to the next level. And here's another door that depicts the maintenance room entrance, but again, this is another enclosure. And then conduit there that runs the outside, so everything's in conduit. This is a door with a cable, so all of that cabling is all protected. And this kind of illustrates what I was just discussing here. So we have conduit that drops down. This is just stubbed down, goes into this enclosure, and then this is all the voltage here, which is protected by the conduit here, and then this actuates this little door cord actuates a strike actually that's in this door. And then you'll see a magnet here. We kind of gave this as a sample to be able to illustrate what it does. You see this common in schools or in fire alarm systems where doors would automatically close in the event of a fire. In this particular application, we're using this because this door is propped open during the day for use by staff to access that area, but at a certain time that door automatically closes. So the strike is in the secure state, and then that door just releases on a timer. So that can be facilitated throughout the PD if they choose. This is the admin entrance here. This is a strike assembly that we installed in this door to retrofit it. Just this pretty standard commercial crash bar. We added this particular motorized actuator, so when your card and PIN are entered, this retracts that door handle. Again, everything's protected conduit. Same with the cabinetry there. There's before and after of the training room building, some of the existing. So I would say a great deal of time went into this project overall from a wiring standpoint. Definitely miles of cable. Here we're essentially removed in most cases in order to facilitate that new cable. I'll keep going. This is the training building. So you can see here we have even access control on this main gate, as well as there's some new gates that we'll talk about that were put on the rear sides of the parking lot. We can talk about those here after this presentation. Here we have point-to-point. This is facilitating this is facilitating networking to the firing range. And then there's a physical cable that goes from the firing range underground. That particular cable was intact. There were some issues with an existing rigid metal conduit that connected these buildings. So for cost, a great deal of cost savings with the point-to-point or point-to-multi-point, as it's commonly referred to.
Yeah, so that's the same technology we use at the airport, because you have so many things where it costs so much money to dig down in the trench. Like, why dig up something if you can kind of have a line of sight, so to speak. So, for example, with the airport, we use our fuel island. It has a point-to-point directly back over to now the former hosing building. And so the internet, we're using the fiber fast speed connection from there all the way to there, and then we have it triangulated around the airport. So because it's high enough and we have visible line of sight, it was cheaper for us to do similar technology over here rather than digging up the parking lot. And it saves the cost. We're using our existing internet. It was just the way to go for us, because when we did our cabling back at the police department, I want to say it was 4 years ago now, when we redid the cabling there, it was an extra $9,000 to connect those two buildings. And I said no, because there's no way. I didn't want to spend $9,000 just to do that when I knew eventually we could do it point to point if we needed to, which is where we are now.
So this is at the firing range. This is the before. This was actually, Mike recognized that guy. This was it's supposed to be a time lapse, but basically just depicts us placing our controllers and stuff on the wall. As you can see what the before looks like here, and then, actually, yeah, look at that, it works. We'll go next. And then this is what it looks like after.
Should you guys set up a system like this to keep Ken Reynolds out of finance? And
I'm sure
I would like to have that one that had the gate.
We could definitely, you can control card holder access. That's one of the biggest advantages of this access control system. Work the energy and effort, and you're not spending thousands of dollars on rekeying things. So this kind of is a good illustration of that point to multi-point or point to point in this particular case, which you could have a head end, either one could be a head end. You could have several downstream devices, or if you're trying to facilitate a town's connectivity for other projects, this would be the particular radio we use to do that. More of the same. This is the K9 training area. So again, we see very common box here that we've installed everywhere else, as well as a controller in that box. And that this is currently wired up, so you see pretty much no wiring. If there is more equipment facilitated inside this enclosure, that's when we use additional wire managers. However, in this case, we were able to slide some of our wiring neatly tucked behind these metal plates here to really just aesthetically clean everything up, keep it organized. So this kind of ties into our lock project. So this was an access control project as well as retrofitting jail cell detention center style locks, which we've received pretty recently. It was about a 3-month lead time. So we've received those thus far. We have 2 out of the 18 that will be installed. And we're basically coordinating that after the wiring essentially is in place, and coordinating that also with command staff to be in certain areas and out of certain areas, just be able to work around prisoners and officers. So basically what we're depicting here is there was some random power being these detention center locks require 120 volts in order to operate. So there were some circuits that were being tapped, maybe in lighting. There was a computer in dispatch that went down during the course of this process, and we discovered that essentially there were some doors that were tied to some different circuits, and we decided it was best in the name of reliability for each door to have their own dedicated circuit, and there's one panel to go to if you have a door-related issue in the detention center area. So everything, again, is going to be extremely documented well, and should provide years of decades of reliability.
Yeah, think of it like in your house, if you break a circuit breaker, that's essentially what we wanted to do, put everything on its own separate thread. So
this is above the female cell area. Here we have 10 enclosures, and we have another 6 enclosures on the opposite side, on the male side. So in order to keep this area secure, keep everything neat, clean, and organized, we're, again, hours and hours and hours and hours of decommissioning old wiring, retrofitting, and cleaning up this installation. And you can come to expect that every single one of these boxes will have the same quality of installation, which we can also provide further PowerPoint next week. So out of this list, we have 4 more doors to do here in the police department out of 35. So we expect to complete that fairly soon here, and then move into the lock, to move onto the lock portion of the project, which takes about 3 hours-ish per door. So we expect that to kind of be just a little bit more streamlined. We did our first 2, realized that we needed some additional hardware that wasn't supplied with Folger. Again, just covered by us, but we want to make sure the installation's done right the first time around, and so that it can provide several decades of installation. Decades of reliable operation in the future. That was it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. So in your packets, we discussed there's an addendum to this proposal. Essentially, one of the things that if you during the daylight you'd see in our parking lot, for example, we have the police department has created an area where we have, when they get cars in, or they have suspect drug dealer cars, whatever, different cars they have in different parts of the lot. So to have access to the back lot, now we've actually put in gates and so forth, and there's going to be an opportunity in the next few weeks where we had to do some repair on a lot of on part of the parking lot. And so in order to expedite what we're going to be doing and to tie everything kind of nicely together, they're going to be digging anyway and cleaning up that lot. So when they dig, we're going to change out the ground sensors.
Correct.
And so since it's already been being dug up anyway, let's do it right then and there. And so then we don't have to go back to it. And this will allow us now to have to tie in directly to the access to the control center. So all these things are going to be tied in together, and so the beauty of it is that, and then once you get in, you'll also be able to get out. So it'll have I'm not a big fan of them, but the new iPass readers that you put on your car, they'll, basically these little stickers that you'll have on your car. So all village-owned cars will have those. So you drive in, it'll authenticate you, being, no, you should be back here. The gate will open, and then when you get in, you can actually exit out because you'll have an egress as well. So on the other side, correct? Am I missing anything?
Yeah, so part of another project, automatic gates were installed here at the police department. So you have one gate on the fire department side, you have another gate on the opposite side. And currently those gates, due to a technical overhead of trying to issue codes, it was decided we would bring this into the access control portion in order to better facilitate and manage codes and access coming and going, especially for first responders trying to leave the property at a quick rate. We need a technology that can be flexible enough to go ahead and accommodate those gates opening from further away. So ideally, the installation would be, whereas if a guest comes to those back gates, they're going to be a pre-registered guest, so they would be provided a code. They would not have a tag, so they would enter a code in on a keypad, which is also a card reader. So you can present a card, or you can enter your PIN code. Both will open the gate. However, registered vehicles, village employees would all be given either a UHF tag or their iPass could be enrolled in on the system. That helps reduce cost, so you don't have to spend additional money in card technology. We're going to use some of that universal technology so they can pull right up to the gate opens, or if, like, let's say, for example, the officers get a call, they can proceed up to that gate and it opens automatically without any interaction, manual interaction.
So are we, do we have to vote on this, or is this just something that's FYI?
This exceeds 20,000, so this requires a vote.
Okay.
This would be basically to facilitate the RFID technology, as well as there's also some additional benefit to this particular system, where you'll have trackability of cars coming and going, keeping track and tabs of people coming.
Makes sense. I know you talked about everything. I guess the only question is why did we do this originally? Because, I mean, we put the gates in and the gates are wide open. Why wasn't this part of the first, the initial?
I didn't know about the gates. So. Yeah, I had no idea. Okay. So once I found out, and then once we kind of discussed it, so it makes sense. And luckily, not luckily, but since we're digging up anyway, it makes sense to expedite the process and do the cost there.
Mike, did PD not consider these readers at first? Were they not aware that they existed? Or, I mean, it makes sense to do that. You don't want to put in a gate and then have it just wide open all the time.
Yeah, there was the timing of the gate project and the timing of the access control project did not align, and we were unfamiliar with this RFID reader technology to open and close the gates, so it was not an option at the time. So since we've installed the gates, one of the controllers had failed, so we were waiting for a replacement part for the controller, which was covered under the warranty from the gate company. And given the fact that JR Technologies was installing the access control, we just opted to defer the gate operation until we could tie it into the access control project. The gate openers didn't get finished being installed, I believe, until February of this year. There were some delays with the winter. And I think JR started his project in December, so the beginning of his project and the gate project didn't line up necessarily 100%.
And this facilitates this under one pane of glass. So your access control system that's opening doors makes sense that would be opening gates, and you're managing access in a very streamlined way where you can remove a code, add a code. That's going to be a familiar interface for command staff and for Fabian to use.
Yeah, and it's cloud-based, so the beauty is that, not that this is necessarily a guinea pig, but we're starting at the police department, especially because of the lock situation. We had to replace those, and we had to replace the fobs and so forth. But then this is something that it's also going to be extended to Village Hall. And so the Village Hall, not necessarily the locks, but we're going to change out the readers, so now it's all under one kind of system. And then when we build the new EOC in the new Public Works building, that will also get tied in to the same system. And everything will have different access levels, so not everyone can access every part of whatever, but it's going to be one place that we can go to say, okay, if our dispatch needs to do something, they can open up something, open up a gate, open up whatever they need to in one place. So it's basically one portal all the way across. But we're starting here, and then we're going to kind of extend it almost like it's a mesh network throughout the village.
All right, so this is a 24,000 and change bid, so this needs to be approved to proceed here at the PD.
Correct. Yeah, because I believe you guys said it's in about 3 weeks. You've been digging up anyway, so or whatever it
There'll
is.
be some, so one of the issues was there were some ground issues, and they'll be digging up and replacing some cement and asphalt in the parking lot. And so during that time, rather than have the gate company come back out after and then have to cut the ground in order to lay another cable in, because otherwise the gate company has to come back out. Anyway, we would facilitate that at the time that they remove the concrete. So we have our ground loop sensor in there, ready to go at that time. Just prevents more alterations and water.
Yeah, it's a shared space, so PD, FD, and obviously the fire engines are pretty big, pretty heavy. The ground wasn't originally, well, maybe it should have been, but it wasn't originally, thought to be able to handle that kind of consistent traffic. And so now we're fixing that, I believe, correct, Mike?
Yeah, so to avoid some backing up issues off 170th, the fire department elects to drive through our parking lot, which I don't believe the lot was necessarily designed for, which has caused some of the asphalt to fail. So similar to what the fire stations had done with concrete pads in the front of their building, we're going to be doing a similar project along the fire on the east side of our building. When the contractor is pouring the concrete, JR is going to reinstall the ground loop that the fence company had installed to get these gates operational. Instead of having the concrete company cure the concrete and then cutting back into what we just laid, it's going to be a one-stop shop.
So, yeah. So we're just going to ask for your, to have this on the agenda for the next board meeting, and then we can kind of go from there.
Welcome any questions anyone has.
This strikes me as being expensive to do $24,000 worth of work for 2 gate access.
It's more than that, actually. It's there's some trenching involved. There's some keypad readers right now, which are kind of wireless, made by LiftMaster with pedestals. Those will actually need physical cables that run to them, or I can be changing batteries in devices like that with the current installation. So there's a great deal of trenching work as well as some cabling work and things of that nature.
Sir, assuming this isn't something that was part of a budgeted item for the year, since it's kind of like I repaired to a system that wasn't set up.
This would qualify from Bernice Road. We wouldn't have it come out of the general fund for this because it's going to be a permanent security system, so.
It's a different eligible expense, right? Yeah.
Yep. So if the board is comfortable putting on the agenda, trustee Law, your call if you want this on the agenda next time.
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Get my report, thank you.
All right, thank you, trustee. We're going to keep this started on going. We got the youth center and venue operations. Trustee Jongsma.
For the Village of Lansing Village radio ad campaign, I'm going to turn it to Ken.
We are at the top of the International Private Sewage Code Book, that's for sure.
On your legs now. That's 4.5 hours.
Through the dreaded last cow slot. Formerly held by Fabian, and now given to me.
You'll be remembered.
While Fabian is bringing this up, I will forego my 74 slides on the history of web radio advertising and get right to the point. Back in January, our events and venue team had the opportunity to get some information about a way to promote, at the time, our venues, but it ended up morphing into something I think a lot bigger and better. So Rebecca Palumbo, who was one of our consultants, and I haven't stood up here and seen people like that in a long time, sorry, I get used to it. Rebecca, our consultants, met with Donna and myself to talk about this campaign that WGN Radio puts out called Your Hometown. And so this is on WGNsradio.com, their website. One of the pages is Your Hometown. So as you can see right now, because we were the most recent town to participate in this, we are still on there, even though our day, if you will, our debut day was over 2 weeks ago. So really this is a three-pronged campaign that we entered into. First of all, it has radio station commercials, 74 of them, that were played and are playing right between mid-June and mid-July. That's number one. Number two was a video that we will see at the end that was put together in a combination of B-roll stuff that our guys sent to WGN and then video that WGN shot themselves when they came out to Lansing. Then the third part was we had a takeover of their radio station on June 26th, where 6 of us representing the village, both from businesses and from the administration and elected officials, were interviewed live on the radio throughout the day, starting from the morning through the evening. So what you see here on the pages is these are actually all of the radio interviews that will remain archived. So you can go back. If you click on those, you'll see the 6 individuals, Mayor Hardy, Minister Pogorski, myself, Michelle Henderson, and then 2 of our business owners, Nicole Mikowski representing newer business, and then Richard Bolton representing a business that's been established here for quite some time. So those are the 6 that were featured throughout the day on the radio interviews. When WGN came out in early June to do some live remotes and things, John Hansen, who is one of their DJs, he is kind of a host of this particular segment and on their website. And amazingly, when he came out and did 3 live remotes, one was Nicole Mikowski, one was Dan, one was myself. He seemed to spend more time with Nicole Mikowski than he did with Dan and I. We couldn't quite figure out why that was. Maybe you guys can figure it out. We just couldn't realize why he wanted to be around Nicole more than Dan and I. But it was fun to see these live interviews shot and to see John interact with not only us, but turn this into what is the finished product in the video you'll see in a minute. Of the 30-second commercials, we divided them into 3 categories. One was economic development, one was the rental of our venues, and then the third was actually events that we have coming up specifically at Foxborough. I should back up and say that what started as just venues, we brought Administrator Pogorski in because we saw an opportunity to make it bigger than just venues and to really highlight the economic development that's been seen on Ridge Road and on Torrance. And so as we developed this, we just thought this is bigger for what we're doing than just the venues. So one of the radio spots, this is the economic one, and if you are a WGN radio listener, maybe you've heard them. And as they say in Hollywood, it sounds something like this. The radio spot, yeah. Yep.
When you move your business to Lansing, Illinois, you'll be at the national hub of retail and commercial success. Lansing is nestled around I-80-94, within minutes of 5 major expressways. Lansing retail stores and restaurants tap into 200,000 travelers each day. Discover their regional airport and impressive economic development assistance, including tax incentives, an enterprise zone, facade program, and more at villageoflansing.org. Lansing, Illinois, where business moves.
So that where business moves, obviously a little double tagline there with where business moves within the community and moves to. We spent quite a bit of time, Donna, Rebecca, and myself, in putting those scripts together. They did, however, the production. So before I show you the video to close, I think the thing I'm most proud of, and I think the thing we have to remember in this village, these are just some of the towns that you will see. You can go back and look, and again, this will be archived for forever. So we can go back and look at this a year from now and everything else. These are the cities that often are in these. This is 2024 for WGN. Waukegan, Woodstock, Mundelein, Wheaton, Bensonville, Yorkville, Wakanda, Lake Villa, Roselle. You can probably see where I'm going with this. We on the south side, we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to say we're doing good things down here. Over the last 2 years, only Moni and Tinley Park have even participated in this program. And if we don't believe in what we're doing, then who is going to? And I think that's the thing that I was most proud of when all the work was done, and it was a lot, is the video. And you get a good feeling as a resident. And I live in this town, and I'm proud of it, and I really am proud of this video.
From Lansing, right along the Indiana border, a proud village of nearly 30,000 people with a rich history, a great mix of businesses, national, local, industrial, just an economic hub for the whole area. And it starts with a visit with the mayor.
Well, really what I love about Lansing the most is I love the residents, the diversity which makes us so great here in Lansing. I was at the Lansing Library block party. It was so great to see our community out there. We had dunk tanks, we had bands, there was free food. Again, it was a great afternoon. Lansing is in such a great location. We are literally 15 minutes from Chicago. With their steps, I am literally right now just 5 feet from the Indiana line. So I always thought Lansing was a great hub. We have a downtown area, and it's such a quaint little downtown area, a lot of mom and pop shops. So please, when you come to Lansing, don't miss that either.
We won't, Mr. Mayor, and businesses are moving to Lansing, including the Sausage Queen of Chicago, Nicole Bukowski, 4th generation owner of Bukowski's Real Sausage, relocating from Bridgeport in the city to Lansing.
Lansing's economic development is outstanding. They have rolled out the red carpet for us. They have been available between the fire department, the building department, meeting at town meetings, presenting to them. They have really wanted manufacturing in their neck of the woods, and we're super excited to be here and glad to be part of the community as well.
Is this going to help you guys grow?
Oh yeah, we can double our space right here.
Really?
Sure. We're excited to be an industrial corridor, be with other businesses around here and see the development that's going on and everything that Lansing is putting into the actual industrial corridor themselves. Right now in retail, you can find us in Costco. We're known for Maxwell Street Polish. We're also in Pete's Fresh Market, a lot of smaller markets. We really are food service, so you can find our products in Portillo's. If you've ever had a Home Depot hot dog, right here. We're really excited for the expansion. We're hoping to do a little bit with the Little League over here.
That's great, Nicole. Good luck with the move. Now let's stay outside and enjoy some great entertainment at Lansing's Fox Point.
It's an outdoor music venue located right in the heart of downtown Lansing, Illinois. We host free concerts every week throughout the summer. On Wednesday nights, we bring in high-energy tribute bands that perform the hits you know and love. And throughout the season, including Fridays and other select dates, we feature a great mix of local and regional acts, cultural performances, and other unique live music experiences. Fox Point isn't just a place to hear great music, it's a place to gather with friends and family, enjoy the outdoors, and be a part of a wonderful community. Whether you're a local or visiting for the first time, there's something special about the vibe here.
Looks amazing. Love live music in the summertime. Lansing's a great community, great people, and a wealth of businesses new and old, helping to make the village thrive.
What's so nice about this town is there's a different business district depending on what you have. We're standing here in the Torrance Avenue Business District, so you're going to see your national brand names here like Taco Bell and Starbucks, and you're going to see Walmart and Chick-fil-A and your car dealerships. We've got a unique downtown, which is for your mom and pop businesses. We're an older town, so it's all about redevelopment. And in the 90s and early 2000s, we had older businesses that were starting to shut down and here in this part of Torrance. So it's all about redevelopment, knocking down the old, finding developers that wanted to bring these brand names to Lansing. It's that diversity in business and commerce that I think gives us that character. You throw in an airport and an outdoor concert venue, and we've got things that most communities don't have.
Yeah, they got an airport, and speaking of it, we stopped over at the historic Ford hangar.
This space is something that we're very proud of. Henry Ford built this back in 1926, so we are approaching the 100th anniversary. Number one building that we get asked about in Lansing is this building. Can I have my blank there? It could be graduation pictures, it could be a jewelry shop, it could be photographs, it could be a wedding, it could be celebrations of life. We've had all of those. And so as we've realized that, and with society's push now toward these unique destinations, we've worked hard, the Village of Lansing has, with grant funding. We had a new roof put on this, so I no longer have to tell brides it could be raining on you when you're staying at your house or tripping on you. And we're continuing to pursue funding that will allow us to upgrade the facility, but then also keep that rustic feel, but modernize it a little bit more.
And before I left town, I recommend that you get the Illinois Lottery's 7X Bingo Multiplier and the BP on Torrance Avenue. A portion of every dollar you spend positively impacts HIV/AIDS prevention education and treatment programs in Illinois. So far, we've raised over $13.8 million. Play with purpose. When you play the 7X Bingo Multiplier, Illinois wins. Oh, and a quick hello to our friends over at Wintrust, an authentic community bank with a commitment and appreciation for Lansing. Big enough to serve their customers, small enough to get to know them. It was a great day in Lansing. Lots to do, lots to see. Can't wait to visit your hometown next.
So I think every one of us should be proud of what we do in this community and what we have and what we continue to do. So, and if you want to really listen to something fun, go back and listen to Mayor Hardy's interview with Bob Surratt. As Bob Surratt is trying to go to commercial break, and Mayor Hardy will not let him because he continues to talk and espouse the futures of our town.
Absolutely. You know how much I love this village. I got to jump a little bit on that too. So that was Thursday when we did the interview. Then Friday, they were doing a prize contest, first caller in. So Bob Surratt says, oh, we got a caller in from Lansing, Illinois. And he goes, it's Lisa Zelasco. So he goes, oh, we had your mayor on last night, or yesterday when he played. He's like, he does like to talk. And Lisa goes, oh, yes, he does. And then Saturday, we had Lou Manfredini on. And again, he mentioned Lansing again because he's a good friend of mine. And so he was out there promoting, he was Mr. Fix at that gym. So he was promoting Lansing again. And then Tuesday, Kath and I, we stopped down at the studios downtown WGN. And we gave all the staff a lot of treats from Lansing. And I got a really nice email from the stage manager down there saying that they get a lot of treats, but the treats that we brought down to them was outstanding. And all 40 employees down there really had a good time. But they took Kath and I to the whole studio, got to meet Bob Surratt and stuff. So, again, hats off to you guys for really pushing WGN on us. And I got a lot of great emails from residents saying it's about time that Lansing got to be recognized. And that was a good feeling. So.
Yeah, if we don't do it for ourselves, then no one's going to. And for what we spent on this, and Donna can allude to this, it was comically cheap based on what it would cost you to do those things independently. Just the radio spots alone.
No, great idea.
If there are no questions, I will encourage you, sir, to move toward that gavel band.
All right, we're going to move on. Amy, do you have anything else? Public comment. Public comment at the end. You got anything? Great. Trustees have anything for old business? Trustees have anything for new business? I'd like to adjourn and make a motion, because this was a marathon. I want to say this is probably one of the longest meetings I've ever been in. We're pushing 4.5 hours, but hey, we got a lot done. Great success. Hats off to staff and everyone. And thank you to the audience and everyone out there for participating and sticking around. So again, I need a motion to adjourn. I'll move. Of course. All right, we got a motion in a second. Yeah, Chair, please take the roll.
Trustee Aye. Trustee Sullivan.
Aye.
Trustee Smith. Aye.